Zooming out from Mundus, we arrive at Oblivion. When put into this perspective, it begins to make sense why Mundus is constantly being invaded by the Daedra, since they fully surround the realm. Oblivion is essentially composed of the larger planes of the Daedric princes and several other pocket dimensions like the Soul Cairn, Gaiar Alada, and Fargrave. The main characteristic difference between these realms and the planes of the Mundus is that the Aedric gods assisted in the creation of the Mundus while the Oblivion lords did not. The planes of Oblivion are also said to hail from the void itself, lending to their chaotic nature. Finally, outside the outer layer of Oblivion, completely surrounding the Orbis, is the plane of Aetherius, which is essentially the god is the plane of Aetherius, which is essentially the god by Lorcan to use the surrounding the Orbis is the plane of Aetherius, which is essentially the godly spirit realm where magic is said to hail from. The Aedric gods are thought to have hailed from here, and it's said that this is the plane that many of the gods fled to when they realized that they would become stuck forever in Mundus upon its creation if they lent their power, like Akatosh and Arkay, whose realms reside in Mundus as a reminder of their mark on creation. This is why you can see stars from Nirn. They're actually tears in the cosmos through Aetherius, Oblivion, and Mundus, where the Magna Gi and their chief god Magnus pierced the veil between realms to escape the prison of creation. The escape of Magnus resulted in the biggest tear in the sky, creating the sun, and the Magna Gi created smaller holes which serve as the stars. The most recognizable realm in Aetherius for many fans is Sovngarde. Which the last Dragonborn gets to travel to at the end of Skyrim, but also places like the Mantellan Crux from Daggerfall exist here too. With all of these realms in mind, you can think of the Orbis as a wheel, like Orbis as a wheel. You can think of the Orbis as a wheel, like an old-timey wagon wheel. Mundus would be the hub of the wheel, the central point. From that wheel protrude the spokes, and these are our second group of towers. These towers metaphysically connect outward from Mundus through Oblivion and into Aetherius, essentially propping up Mundus from falling into Oblivion like ancient Greek pillars holding up a roof. These spokes are embodied by the planetary realms of the divines in the Mundus. Vivek says in The Thief Goes to Vivek says Vivek says in The Thief Goes to Cyrodiil that the spokes of the wheel are the 8 gifts of the Aedra, sons and daughters of Aetherius. Vivek says in the Vivek says in The Thief Goes to Cyrodiil that the Vivek says in The Thief Goes to Cyrodiil that the thief Dill that The Thief Goes to Cyrodiil that the spokes of the wheel are the 8 gifts of the Aedra, sons and The Thief Goes to Cyrodiil that the spokes of the wheel are the 8 gifts of the Aedra, sons and daughters of Aetherius. The voids between each spoke number 16, and their masters are the sons and daughters of Oblivion. The center of the wheel was another circle, the hub, which held everything together. The Atada called this Mundus. You can see how directly the creation of the universe is tied to these spokes now, or these towers. The 8 spokes beget the 16 realms of the Daedra lords, as there are 16 Daedric princes. I'm not counting Athelia, and Jyggalag doesn't count for reasons I will touch on in a separate video soon. As for these planetary bodies, there are 8 of them, as I said, and it's not even a matter of faith that they are the divines. Athelia. The 8 spokes beget the 16 realms of the Daedra lords, as there are 16 Daedric princes. I'm not counting Athelia. I'm not Daedric princes. I'm not counting Athelia. I'm not counting Athelia. And Jyggalag. I'm not counting Athelia and Jyggalag. I'm not counting Athelia and Jyggalag. Counting Athelia and Jyggalag doesn't count for reasons I will touch on in a separate video soon. I'm not counting Athelia, and Jyggalag doesn't count for reasons I will touch on in a separate video soon. As for these planetary bodies, there are Jyggalag doesn't count for reasons I will touch on in a separate video soon. As for these planetary bodies, there are 8 of them, as I said, and it's not even a matter of faith that they are the divines. The drummer, for instance, and it's not even a matter of faith that they are. It's not even a matter of faith that they are the divines. The drummer, for instance, saw and recognized the 8 divine planets and marked them down despite not worshipping them themselves. And I'm not leaving Talos out on purpose. And I'm not even a matter of faith that they are the divines. The drummer, for instance, saw and recognized the 8 divine planets and marked them down despite not worshipping them themselves. And it's not even a matter of faith that they are the divines. The drummer, for instance, saw and recognized the 8 divine planets and marked them down despite not worshipping them themselves. And I'm not leaving Talos out. And I'm not leaving Talos out on purpose. Not leaving Talos out on purpose. Importantly, Talos does not have a planetary body, although some people think that he represents the realm of Nirn, which we'll talk about later. Vivek tells us also that these Vivek tells us also that these spokes are the 8 components yet solidified by the law of time. Static change, if you will. Tells us also that the spokes are the 8 components of chaos, as yet solidified by the law of time. Vivek tells us also that the spokes are the 8 components of chaos, as yet solidified by the law of time. Static change, if you will. They are the lent bones of the Aedra, the 8 gift limbs to Sithisit, the wet earth of the new star, our home. This is extraordinarily important to comprehend here. Basically, if you're unfamiliar, a long time ago, a god named Lorcan tricked/convinced a bunch of his other fellow gods to create the mortal plane, without telling them just how unstable it would be. Many of the gods that helped in the creation of Mundus would have to turn themselves into the Elnathae, or many of the gods that helped in the creation of Mundus would have to turn themselves into the Elnathae. Into the Elnathae. Into the Elnathae, or have to turn themselves into the Elnathae. Turn themselves into the Elnathae, or, as translated from the Elnathex, the Earthbones. Now, the term Earthbone is quite literal here, as their powers helped solidify Mundus and give it structure, like bones. As Lorcan was the spawn of Padme, the realm he helped sire was a place of change. When these Earthbones stabilized the realm, they became trapped in Mundus as a result. The book Subtropical Cyrodiil, a speculation, quotes that Daedra were persuaded, or hoodwinked, by Lorcan into creation of the Mundus, the physical flesh of Nirn was hung on a skeleton of joints, each of which radiated a palpable reality. The bones of the world, as it were. When the Aedra were persuaded, or hoodwinked, by Lorcan quotes that, when the Aedra were persuaded, or hoodwinked, by Lorcan into creation of the Mundus, the physical flesh of Nirn was hung on a skeleton of joints, each of which radiated a palpable reality. The bones of the world, as it were. So wrapping back to Sermon 21, when Vivek says that the spoken when Vivek says that the when Vivek says that the spokes of the wheel are the lent bones of the Aedra, he is literally talking about the Aedric sacrifices of their power to create the world and become its bones. And again, you can see their influence on the world by simply looking at the divine planets in the night sky. All of the divine planets, as I'll refer to them, were present at the convention of Lorcan on the White Gold Tower. Oh, hey, how's it going? Sorry, my mic was muted. I was in the zone, but how's it going, Breezy? I just remembered I have to get audio from Mankar Cameron, so we're gonna have to look for that. I could go into Oblivion itself to get the audio file, but I'm guessing somebody has his speech recorded. Oh, hey, when you look up Mankar Cameron, my video is the second result. That's pretty cool. Okay, Mankar Cameron's Paradise speech. So, I don't like this audio. I might have to go in again, like what I did for the original. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do that. That sucks. I should have a save somewhere, though. Let's take a quick journey into Oblivion. Grab some audio. I'll save this. Close out of here. When you keep pausing, I keep glancing over to see if my YouTube is glitching. Yeah, it's there's gonna be a lot of pausing. That's one of the things that makes editing take so long, is it's like I've got about an hour and a half of footage, but I have to pause it constantly. Okay. Elder Scrolls 4. I know that I have a save. Also, your Mana Marco vid is the first on Mana Marco results. That is pretty cool. I did not know that. Lots of work? Yeah, definitely, definitely. Okay, go here. I thankfully still have Oblivion installed. Not that I would uninstall it, but you know, sometimes shit happens. Oh, I remember this game was super glitchy whenever I would alt-tab. Yeah, and then that crashes the game. Okay. Sweet. Well, give me a second here and we'll figure this out. Okay. Should be able to hear game audio now. So I know I have a save file somewhere in this game. Yep, this is in the Forbidden Grotto here. So before we load this up, we are going to have to turn everything down except for the voice volume because all that we want is Mankar Cameron speaking. So I'm going to mute my mic. You guys can feel free to chat or whatever, but we are going to basically be silent for a little bit, grabbing Mankar Cameron's speech. Because I am not smart enough to know how to go into the game files themselves to get this, so this is my way. I think we go here. I don't know why my shield is just up. I can't put it down. Permanently blocking. What? What? Why am I permanently blocking? Okay. Well, this is already weird. Let me load a different save. We're still permanently blocking. Till you complete your current action. What what is going on? I tried to unequip it. Cannot change weapons while attacking. Well, this is just good old Elder Scrolls 4 for you. We are going to toggle God mode, though, and we are going to just sort of walk through here. And I can actually, if I just spam heal, I guess I can move throughout this dungeon, so that's fine. I think we're going the right way. Did that help? Did getting hit help? Nope. Oh boy. Okay, hold on. I gotta move my blinds down. I can't even see in this room. It's so bright out. Key. I hope Mankar talks to us. A little disappointed I haven't heard him yet. I'm so unfamiliar with console commands. Is it just kill? I just like click on this guy and kill him? Oh. Alright, well. Oh, it worked. Would you look at that? Let's just kill all these guys. Does kill just work? Oh, it's got to be the entity. Okay. Kill you. Oh, hold on. Kill. That didn't work. CD1D. There we go. You could do TGM for God mode too. Yeah, we do have God mode on. I just wanted to kill those guys. I really don't understand why my shield is permanently up. This is very weird. I wonder... I'm going to look this up really quick. Oblivion permanent block. Oblivion blocking bug. Oh. So this is a this is a forum post from 9 years ago. And someone was dealing with this issue. It has to do with the katana. So maybe, oh God, I don't know. I don't know what to do here. I'm just gonna exit, I guess. I cannot play the game like this. I cannot get through the game like this. So we're gonna try it again. Let's go. Actually, I should have a save up here, right? Yeah. You just Google a speech. I can, but the problem with that is that everybody who has the speech on YouTube already, they have the speech with a bunch of music in the background, and the audio is really bad. Also, I can't even hear my guy. What is going on? Voice volume's all the way. Maybe the master volume needs to be up.
The way back.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, literally just the... I need one line of Mankar Cameron's dialogue, and that is it. So thankfully I have this save, and we're not super bugged out. And we can just TGM, walk on through. TCL. And my controls are inverted.
So, the cat's paw of the Septims arrives at last. You didn't think you could take me unawares, here of all places, in the paradise that I created. Look now upon my paradise. Gaia Alata in the old tongue, a vision of the past and the future. Behold the savage garden, where my disciples are tempered for a higher destiny, to rule over Tamriel Reborn. If you are truly the hero of destiny, as I hope, the garden will not hold you for long. Lift your eyes to Kerek Agayala, my seat at the pinnacle of paradise. I shall await you there.
You did.
How little you understand. You cannot stop Lord Dagon. The principalities have sparkled as gems in the black reaches of oblivion since the first morning. Many are their names and the names of their masters. The cold harbour of Meridia, Periite's quagmire, the 10 moon shadows of Mephala and Dawn's beauty, the princedom of Lorcan, misnamed Tamriel by deluded mortals. Yes, you understand now. Tamriel is just one more Daedric realm of oblivion, long since lost to its prince when he was betrayed by those that served him. Lord Dagon cannot invade Tamriel, his birthright. He comes to liberate the occupied lands. Ask yourself, how is it that mighty gods die, yet the Daedra stand incorruptible? How is it that the Daedra forthrightly proclaim themselves to man, while the gods cower behind statues and the faithless words of traitor priests? It is simple. They are not gods at all. The truth has been in front of you since you first were born. The Daedra are the true gods of this universe. Julianos, Dibella, and Stondar are all Lorcan's betrayers, posing as divinities in the principality that has lost its guiding light. What are scholarship, love, and mercy when compared to fate, night, and destruction? The gods you worship are trifling shadows of first causes. They have tricked you for ages. Why do you think your world has always been contested ground, the arena of powers and immortals? It is Tamriel, the realm of change, brother to madness, sister to deceit. Your false gods could not entirely rewrite history. Thus you remember tales of Lorcan vilified, a dead trickster whose heart came to Tamriel. But if a god can die, how does his heart survive? He is Dareloth, Tamriel I Dareloth. This heart is the heart of the world, for one was made to satisfy the other. You all remember this. It is in every legend.
God damn
Daedra
it.
cannot die, so your so-called gods cannot erase him from your minds completely.
Okay, why did that Storm Atronach just spawn right there? Is he following me all the way back here? Because that was one of the lines of dialogue I was kind of going to use. Okay, anyway. Oh, fuck me. Hold on. Guys, I'm sorry. We got to redo this. We got to redo this thing. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Well. Okay.
I have.
All right. All right, Martin. Can I go?
We have.
Dude, what is wrong with this game? Okay. Reload again. Maybe it's the collision being toggled. And that didn't turn it off. Okay. What is happening? You let me out of the sky. Reference Kathuhat collision. Wait, no, we don't want him as the we want me as the reference. Oh my lord.
I have.
Okay, let's just try it again. What am I? I'm 0000. Oh god. 6 zeros. 14. Toggle collision. Okay. I might just have to restart Oblivion again then, if this persists. Yeah, okay. Well, it was a good run. It's a good try. Oh my god. Yeah, this is why levitation was taken out of Oblivion. Absolutely. It's too powerful. So, the reason that I have to restart this, though, in case anyone's curious, is just because I forgot to click record. So, technically I wasn't recording any of that. From here, though, I can actually start recording, and I think the game just crashed. No, it didn't. Okay, cool. We can alt-tab. All right. You have everything in place. Open the portal to paradise, please. Hopefully we can actually go through it. Yep, it's Murphy's Law. Okay. Let's go. We're going to do the exact same thing. I don't want to take any damage. I don't know why, even with God mode on, my character makes noises.
So, the cat's paw of the Septims arrives at last. You didn't think you could take me unawares, here of all places, in the paradise that I created. Look now upon my paradise. Gaia Alata in the old tongue, a vision of the past and the future. Behold the savage garden, where my disciples are tempered for a higher destiny, to rule over Tamriel Reborn. If you are truly the hero of destiny, as I hope, the garden will not hold you for long. Lift your eyes to Karek Agayala, my seat at the pinnacle of paradise. I shall await you there. How little you understand. You cannot stop Lord Dagon. The principalities have sparkled as gems in the black reaches of oblivion since the first morning. Many are their names and the names of their masters. The cold harbor of Meridia, Periite's quagmire, the 10 moon shadows of Mephala and Dawn's beauty, the princedom of Lorcan, misnamed Tamriel by deluded mortals. Yes, you understand now. Tamriel is just one more Daedric realm of oblivion, long since lost to its prince when he was betrayed by those that served him. Lord Dagon cannot invade Tamriel, his birthright. He comes to liberate the occupied lands. Ask yourself, how is it that mighty gods die, yet the Daedra stand incorruptible? How is it that the Daedra forthrightly proclaim themselves to man, while the gods cower behind statues and the faithless words of traitor priests? It is simple. They are not gods at all. The truth has been in front of you since you first were born. The Daedra are the true gods of this universe. Julianos, Dibella, and Stondar are all Lorcan's betrayers, posing as divinities in the principality that has lost its guiding light. What are scholarship, love, and mercy when compared to fate, night, and destruction? The gods you worship are trifling shadows of first causes. They have tricked you for ages. Why do you think your world has always been contested ground, the arena of powers and immortals? It is Tamriel, the realm of change, brother to madness, sister to deceit. Your false gods could not entirely rewrite history. Thus you remember tales of Lorcan vilified, a dead trickster whose heart came to Tamriel. But if a god can die, how does his heart survive? He is Dareloth, Tamriel I Dareloth. This heart is the heart of the world, for one was made to satisfy the other. You all remember this. It is in every legend. Daedra cannot die, so your so-called gods cannot erase him from your minds completely.
Yes, Tamriel I Daedroth. Okay, I'm going to make a hard save here, just in case I ever need this again. Best moment to join the stream? Yeah, we're just pulling some audio from Oblivion. And so now, that's all I needed. So now I'm going to stop recording that, and we should instantly have that available to plug into our project. And now we have this back up. Can you guys not see the screen up there? Oh, I thought you guys could see the video as it was being worked on. You can only see the audio tracks and stuff. Here, let me pop it over like this. Is that better? This way you can actually see what's happening. Yeah, okay, cool. I did not know. I apologize. I didn't know that you could not see what was on the screen. Okay, so now we'll import media. Grab this. Okay, cool. Yeah, my bad. And then what we want to do here is just detach the audio from here. So that'll create a separate track down here. We'll get rid of all of that, so you don't need to see my goofy character. And we'll put this on the third track below the music. Doesn't really matter where it's placed. But we are going to plug this in. I got to remember where we're at. Are you winning, son? Kind of. How's it going, though, Alexis? Okay, using Mankar Cameron as a source. So I'm going to move this audio over here, and I'm looking specifically for the part where he's talking about Julianos. There we go. Okay, this part right here. That's it. That's all we wanted. Boom, boom. I need to go visit my husband in the hospital. Can't wait till this is done and uploaded. Have fun. Oh, yeah. Go to your husband. Peace out. Hope he's okay. You know, I wish that I had just woken up. Alexis. Okay, and then we'll go here. We need to move all these tracks over. And then we'll do my little source thing for Mankar Cameron. Oh, why did that happen? I think I moved a bit too much there. What? Why is that happening? Why is that happening? Okay. Praise the message. Okay, so we want source. Mankar Cameron speech would probably be an appropriate name for this. Mankar Cameron speech. Author. I think Kirkbride did actually write this, but author doesn't really apply here. I'll do Elder Scrolls. Well, they don't need Elder Scrolls. I usually don't put Elder Scrolls there. I'll just say Oblivion. I think Kirkbride did write this speech, but let me double check that. No. Oh, also, apologies. Can you guys hear the audio?
Julianos.
Now you should be able to. Sorry, I turned the desktop audio off because we were recording Oblivion. So, again, my bad. MK wrote Mankar stuff. Yeah. There was a source that I saw specifically about the speech. Fucked up the Daedra planes because you just forgot. It's awesome. I actually love it. I love the implication that that the Daedric realms are kind of just like interchangeable. Okay, we're concerned about Dibella here, and that's all. The reason I wanted to include this is because Dibella does not have a counterpart in typical Altmer religion. So some people have said that she was not present at creation because of that. But I think Mankar Cameron's speech is kind of good evidence that she was one of Lorcan's betrayers. So that's why this is here. That
Julianos, Dibella, and Stonda.
I'll put speaker here. Mankar Cameron. Monologue in Paradise that
Julianos, Dibella, and Stonda.
And you know what? Just for the hell of it, I'm going to get that really cool piece of Mankar art that I used. This is like half a second in this video entirely, but I want to make it look nice. So we'll throw this in here. Put that there. I like to have everything in the 16:9 aspect ratio if I can, so we just do that. And then when these things all fade away, we're going to have Mankar show up in the background at the same time that this quote does, and we go to Effects and Square Blur to make it so that way he doesn't interrupt the reading, but you can still see.
Julianos, Dibella,
and there we go.
And Stonda are all Lorcan's betrayers, posing as divinities in the principality that has lost its guiding light.
There we go. And that was why we took a detour into Elder Scrolls 4. These spokes that prop up Mundus. And then we're done with that. These spokes just grab this again, and we'll continue with that Orbic background from Legends. And I, again, don't know why that's spokes happening. That prop up Mundus, then, are less towers and more represent
guiding light.
These spokes that prop up Mundus, then. Yes, very fun times. Saw theories ages back on Tesla trying to make sense of the planes thing. Fun times, yeah. Yeah, I think it's cool. I like it. Okay, so then we want to say... that prop up tiny little shit like that. Okay. These spokes that prop up Mundus, then, are less towers and more represent laws or structures. Not laws as in legality, mind you, but scientific laws, like... Let's bring in a picture of Isaac Newton. Why not? Scientific laws, like the conservation of matter or... How can we make this look good? Put him over there. Put this right here. That's fine. I always do a drop shadow for pictures in these videos because I think it just makes it look more like it's there on the screen. I don't do it for the text, though. I don't know if you can do a drop shadow for text. These spokes that prop up Mundus, then, are less towers and more represent laws or structures. Not laws as in legality, mind you, but... Bind doesn't need to be capitalized. And neither does laws. Or represent, unless we're making a tweet like Jaden Smith. Spokes that prop up Mundus, then, are less towers and more represent laws or structures. Not laws as in legality, mind you, but scientific laws, like the conservation of matter or Newtonian motion. This is why he calls the spokes the 8 void components. Originally, why he calls the spokes the 8 components of chaos and mentions... Why is that happening? What setting is on? Okay. Jesus. Found it. The spokes, the 8 components of... spokes, the 8 components of chaos, and mentions Sithicet. Okay, we're using this quote in a different way, so we will... Spokes, the 8 components of chaos, the 8 gift limbs to Sithicet. We'll highlight a different part of it this time. Spokes, the 8 components of chaos, and mentions Sithicet, which is just a way of referring to Sithis, i.e. the Void. Chaos and the Void are typically associated with the Daedra, but you have to remember that Mundus was originally a realm of chaos. Ooh, you know what? That's more Mankar we can actually pull. That is more Mankar Cameron that we can pull from. Tamriel, the Realm of Change. Let's detach the audio. Oh, okay, there we go.
Why do you think your world has always been contested ground, the arena of powers and immortals? It is Tamriel, the realm of change, brother to madness, sister to deceit.
Thank you, Mankar. Very cool. As Mundus, which was deadly to them. Chaos and the Void are typically associated with the Daedra, but you have to remember that Mundus was originally a realm of chaos. I guess we'll just reuse all of the all of this segment then. And we'll push that over here. And then have a cool transition. I'll cut my audio here, and then we'll let Mankar spit for a minute. Chaos.
Why do you think your world has always been
And how high did I have his audio bumped up? 7 decibels. Almost 8. So we'll just make that an even 8 for both.
Julianos? Why do you think your world has always...
I'm trying to avoid having as many spelling errors in this video too, so I'm just directly like copy pasting a lot of stuff from Google Docs right into here. So because my software, my editing software, for some reason does not have autocorrect, so that's why I have so many spelling errors in some of my videos. Like the Sotha Sil video, I had to upload that like what 4 or 5 times due to spelling errors, and there's still so many in that video, unfortunately. Which like I think it's still a pretty good video, but it's kind of sad. This part, though, I actually had not intended to use Mankar here, but hey, why not? It'll fit. Boom. Quote. Quote. Eight components of chaos, and mentions Sithisit, which is just a way of referring to Sithis, i.e. the void. Does it ever get weird listening to your own voice, or are you used to it by now? I'm fairly used to it at this point. It was a little odd when I was first doing Legends videos. I felt kind of awkward with it, but at this point it's like I'm mostly used to it. I don't know if you need a proofread. Yeah, honestly, maybe. We'll have to double check though.
Why do you think your world has always been contested ground, the arena of powers and immortals? It is Tamriel, the realm of change.
I would actually like to have this blocked out differently here. I think that would look nicer because it's 2 separate parts of one quote.
Brother to madness, sister to deceit.
Okay. In the monomyth, the Altmer are said to refer to Mundus as the House of Sithis. Oh god, now I gotta get the monomyth in here. This editing is gonna take a long time, guys. We are 15 minutes into really the audio. I move it over so I can freely move it, but we have about, well, we have a lot longer to go. But I'm so happy to be in the editing phase, to be honest with you. Okay, so we don't want the Mankar stuff. We want the 36 sermon stuff, because that has source author appearances. I want to drag that over here. House of Sithis. I found this as the House of... Just edit faster. Yeah. I'll work on that. Okay, appearances. Morrowind. Morrowind, Skyrim. ESO. It's always odd to me when some of the stuff is like not included in some of the games. Like, why is the monomyth in Morrowind, Skyrim, and ESO, but it's not in Oblivion, you know? Okay, paste. Okay, we're good. Paste there. Upscale this a bit. Refer to Mundus as the House of Sithis, i.e. the House of Chaos. Sep, the Redguard version of Lorcan, tricked the gods into entering the Skin Ball, otherwise known as Mundus, which was deadly to them. So, looking at Lorcan, i.e. the House of Chaos, Altmer are said to monomyth. I think we need this source actually way back here. It should be the transition split there. Because then we can add this transition to all of these. Okay, are you serious? Come on. So last year, I spent a lot of time in this Young Fives class at the school that I work at because we had some like crazy unhinged kids in there. And I've I have the weather song that they used to sing stuck in my head right now. In the mono. It is like plaguing me today. In the monomyth, the Altmer are said to refer to Mundus as the House of Sithis, i.e. the House of Chaos. Sep. Maybe we actually shut me up for just a second to let this rest, because sometimes I talk a little too fast, i.e. the House of Chaos. Okay, and then we'll plug this in a little bit later, and then we'll split this. Very normal. Yeah, very normal indeed. What's the weather like today? Like today? Like today? What's the weather like today? Tell me, class. You see the things I go through on a daily basis? Sep, the Redguard version of Lorcan, tricked the gods into entering the Skin Ball, otherwise known as Mundus, which was deadly to them. Sep. Why is that happening? Why is it fully disappearing? Is it the transition? Sep. What is going on? Okay, well, we'll just delete this, then we'll make a new one. Sep. The Redguard. Don't know why that happened or what was going on there, but that's okay. Sep, the Redguard version of Lorcan. Sep, the Redguard version of Lorcan, tricked the gods into entering the Skin Ball, otherwise known as Mundus, which was deadly to them. So, looking again at the quote from Sermon 21, the the Redguard version of Lorcan, quote from Sermon 21, the spokes are the 8 components of chaos as yet solidified by the law of time. The spokes of the wheel were in place in the chaotic realm of Mundus, but were not yet fully realized until the law of linear time was fully established. You see, during this era, the Dawn era, time existed as Akatosh existed for it to persist, but time flowed strangely, in an amorphous fashion. That is, until convention. Convention refers I wish there was more official art of like Dawn era stuff, because I feel like every YouTuber uses this Legends background. I might pull the Akatosh art from Legends. That's promising. Oh no. Well, we will grab that because it's just a cool image. Sep. I know. I kept repeating it over and over. Sep, the. Welcome to the editing process. I have to listen to myself for 5 hours. Okay. Strangely, until convention. So if we're talking about convention, there's got to be some ESO load screens. So load screens. This one will work. This is a good one, actually. Until convention. Convention refers to the conference held by the Aedra against Lorcan for his perceived treachery, and it was also the instance saw and recognized the 8. until convention. Convention refers to the conference held by the Aedra against Lorcan for his perceived treachery, and it was also the first event of the Morathic era. New Hada, or that one of Lorcan getting exploded, which I want to say was Lady Nervar. Yeah, I don't actually know where that came from. There's a handful of art sources in this video that I couldn't credit fully. Like this one of the Orbis, I could not find. I wrote up here. I tried to find the original poster of this map, but it is not mine. It's very nice. I found a guy. I'll credit him below for posting the image, but I don't know if he was the author of the image. Lady Nervar does have an art page, though. Pull this over here. Maybe if I just type in like Lady Nervar Lorcan. Ooh, that's a cool one. See, I try to have credit from people if I can to use their artwork. This one with Mankar, I credited the artist in here. So, yeah. Convention refers to the conference held by the Aedra against Lorcan for his perceived treachery, and it was also the first event of the Morathic era. New Hada, the main speaker in the Numantia Intercept, tells us in... She posts most of it on her Tumblr. Oh, okay. Then I will check that out in a minute. Maybe I'll make a note here in the timeline, and we can say review for Lady Nervar art. We can come back to that. New Hada, the main speaker in the Numantia Intercept, tells... Oh boy. Hada, the main speaker in the Numantia Intercept, not the Numantia Intercept, just Numantia Intercept. Say oh, Jesus. Tells us in letter number 4 that there's about to be a lot of text here. Goddamn Michael Kirkbride and his run-on sentences. He's just like me, for real. In the Numantia Intercept tells us in letter number 4 that tells us in letter number 4 that sometimes I don't understand this software. Number 4 that why is convention going away but the punishment of Lorcan is staying there? Number 4 that okay, it must have been a visual glitch. Dareloth referencing out-of-game lore, say it ain't so. Oh, I had a whole segment. We got a lot of out-of-game lore in this video. It's mostly out-of-game lore, I would say. Pizza acquired, evening is going great. That's awesome. That is Akatosh returned to Mundek's arena from his Dominion planet, signaling all Aedra to convene at a static meeting that would last outside of Orbic time. Without out-of-game lore, this would be this is like an impossible video. Sleek and silver vest. His sleek and look at this sentence. His sleek and silver vessel became a spike into the changing earth, and the glimmer winds of its impact warned any spirit that entered Aura with it would become recorded, that by consent of presence, their actions here would last a period unassailable, and would be so whatever might come later to these spirits. How does this look when it's zoomed in? I don't really like the formatting of this. I'd like the stuff to be a little bit bigger. I think that looks nicer. The bigger that people can read without needing to like zoom in, that Orion, typically the better. Silver vessel became a spike into the changing earth, and the glimmer wind tower. Willingly or by treachery to a Sithite erasure. Thus could the And check it out. This time it wasn't me that made a spelling mistake. So if anyone doesn't know, sick here, this SIC, that means that there's an error in the text that is the way that it was written originally. So thus could the Aedra and their cohorts truly convene, COVENE. It's misspelled. That was Michael Kirkbride. That wasn't me. Thus could the Aedra and their cohorts truly convene in realness. Our forebears saw the erection of Adamantia, Tower. Okay. I know this text block sounds kind of unhinged and insane, but to break it down really simply, when it came time Lorcan for his convincing of the gods to create London. Wildly. Wildly. That's got to be how you spell that. When it came time to punish Lorcan for his convincing of the gods to create Mundus, Akatosh and the other Aedra created the first of the physical towers, the Adamantine Tower, to actualize time on Nirn so that their convention against Lorcan could be recorded in actuality. The sleek and silver vessel referred to in this text is a reference to this adamantine be recorded in actuality. Let's clip all these down. I have an idea here. So we'll put the transition here. We'll turn the square blur off as soon as I'm talking about Adamantine Tower, and then the background will actually actuality. The sleek and silver vessel referred to in this text is a reference to this. Yeah, right there. So that should look kind of cool. Text is a reference to this Adamantine Tower. Maybe we could even do a little arrow effect. I have this arrow sticker I use sometimes. Longtime channel viewers might recognize it. It's just an arrow from my software. Is a reference to this Adamantine Tower, which became So I don't know if anyone else has played Avowed yet, but I played it a little bit on stream the other day. I really like Avowed so far. And I mean, I'm a Pillars idiot, so I really just like the series, but a reference to this Adamantine Tower. What's the effect here? There's an animation on this, I want to say. That animation looks so stupid. This Adamantine Tower. It's the stupidest animation ever. It's not what I was going for. Would it be kind of funny to to have the animation just be dumb? Hold up. This Adamantine Tower. Okay. Which became a spike into the changing earth, and its impact. Oh my god, that's so dumb. That goes on for way too long. I can speed it up. So we want it, by the time it gets right there, to be done with the animation. So it's going to last to this Adamantine Tower. Okay. Double down, more arrows, yeah. Text is a reference to this Adamantine Tower. Oh my god, that's so ridiculously fast. Okay, that looks is a reference to this Adamantine Tower. More respectable. Became a spike into the changing earth. Wow. Didn't know there were so many animations on here. And its impact warned any spirit that its impact. You know, one thing that I have heard about Avowed, though, is that people are having insane performance issues with it, which does really suck for those people. I do. I get that, you know. When I played Starfield, I had terrible, terrible performance issues with it. Also, there's a train going by. I live right next to a train track. Impact warned any spirit that entered Oro. Its impact warned any spirit that entered aura with it would become recorded. From here, Nuhata goes on. Time Time began to last in stepid fashion. Those spirits that remained, lesser and greater, involuntary or eventual earthbone, surrendered all definite hold on divinity. Aldmeris bore witness and built the remaining towers during the Merethic. White gold, crystal-like law, orichalc, greensap, walkbrass, snowthroat, and on ad semblio impera. Thus, we come to the idols. Okay. Grab my Vivek art. Actually, let's see how it looks. Might be too bright. Yeah, I think that's going to be too bright. We'll just keep this art in the background. And all you see. Okay, we need to get our sermon 21. We come to the idols. Masters made idols. Thus, we come to the idols. No one needs to hear me taking an unnecessary breath there. Way back in Sermon 21, Vivek says, even just to signify the importance of this, I will make this red. We come to the idols. Way back in Sermon 21, Vivek says, "Look at the majesty sideways, and all you see is the tower, which our ancestors made idols from." But an idol implies an ideal. implies an ideal, and this ideal would be tower actual. Implies an ideal, and this ideal would be tower actual. To quote Vivek, the tower is this ideal would be tower actual. To quote Vivek, to quote Vivek, actual. To quote Vivek, the tower is an ideal. Tower actual. To quote Vivek, the tower is an ideal, which, in our world of myth and magic, means that it is so real that it becomes dangerous. If you remember a little ways back, I made mention of Tower Actual and how it's the most important of all the towers. Well, if the spokes are laws and the physical towers are just idols, then what is this Tower Actual? Well, Tower Actual is God. Here we start getting crazy. Is this Tower Actual? Are just idols. And the physical towers are just idols, then what what is this Tower Actual? Well, Tower Actual is God. Let me explain. Let me explain. Let me explain. The orbis is a Let me explain. Hmm. Let me explain. The Let me explain. Let me explain. The orbis is a wheel. We've established this. But let me explain. The orbis is a wheel. We've established this. But if turned on its side, like what Vivek says, this I don't know exactly how to visualize for people because I don't have. Oh, I gotta stretch. Oh, Jesus. I don't have access to any drawing software, so I could just draw a model physically. You see? Yeah. Or I could use MS Paint. I don't want to have to sign up to anything. GIMP is free? What is that? Cross-platform image editor. Free software. Would this let me just like draw a circle and then show it turned on its side? Okay, cool. Doo-doo-doo. Okay, well, while this installs, it's basically slightly worse Photoshop. Well, that's fine with me. While this loads, how's it going, Ophelia? I saw that you were playing Baldur's Gate the other day through Discord. How's your Baldur's Gate playthrough going? Not sure how you'd get an animation like that into the editor. Well, I'm not really going to do an animation. I'm just going to draw a circle. See, I had Blender. Did I show you guys Blender? I'm dying of the flu currently. I'm actually a little bit sick too. My throat was like, sounded horrible this morning. So yeah, I get that. Okay, so I think that just installed. You're covering yourself. Baldur's Gate's going good, though I've finally almost finished a playthrough for the first time. Nice. All right, well, let's slide this over here and see if I can figure out how this works. So, basically what we want first is, I'm guessing we have to drop an image in first. Because I made a Blender model that I was actually going to turn on its side. But then that model got, the Blender blunder, yes. Did you ever recover it? I didn't, but I could show you guys essentially what I did for it. I could try to rebuild it since we have time today. I will tell you guys, there's probably no way that this video gets done today, considering that we are only 19 minutes into about an hour and a half of footage. But we could take a slight little Blender detour. Just file new. Okay. Well, there we go. 1920 by 1080. Should be fine. Okay. All right. Perfect. Thank you. Alexis is the hero of right now. So, okay, there's got to be a tool for doing shapes, right? Paths tool? Okay, that's probably not what I want. Probably want a transparency layer. Okay, so we're learning all different types of things today. Open as layers. How would I create a new layer? Oh, layer, new layer. Oh, there's a button for add transparency. Transparency. Like so. Okay, I'm still on this one I didn't want to be on. Is there just, okay, there's a brush. Add alpha channel. Cool. I guess I mean I have a fairly steady hand because I draw, but it's always weird with a mouse. Just hit delete on the white. Gotcha. Digital editing and art is so fascinating to me. I'm very much old-fashioned. I like making things with my hands, but I like watching other people make digital stuff. Yeah, I'm generally pretty terrible when it comes to drawing stuff with my mouse and keyboard, but I do like to draw, you know, with my hands and whatnot. Is this a pepper? That's kind of fun. Okay. Ooh, I like that brush. That's a cool, that's not what I meant. That's a cool brush. We love the pepper brush, yeah. So when I was in Schul back in the day, I took a couple of AutoCAD classes. And the way that that kind of works is you do a model of what your image looks like. So you have the front view, then you have the side view, and then the top-down view. Like this. So you put your lines like so. And then you show what the image looks like from top down up here and side down over there. I need to figure out a good way to display how this, I don't know, display this in a way that makes sense. Still not transparent, by the way. Need the checkerboard. Okay. For this, though, if we turn it on its side, like, that's what the other way becomes. I don't know. It's very hard to showcase, but does this make sense at all? Kind of like this model that we're doing here. I want to provide something in the video that actually, I don't know, showcases this well. So I might just go into Blender and do that. Something like that, yeah. Let me show what I was trying to do before previously in Blender. I think what we do is general here. Now I've got to re-remember all this stuff, but I swear to God, I had such a cool looking thing. I started with, I think, Blender is so beyond me. It's very tough. I learned it on the fly. Cylinder. I mean, we could do top down. I think I started actually with a ball. I started with a sphere. And then I went here. And here. That's a very odd looking ball. That's more correct. And then from this point, I added a rectangle. I think I don't know, that's fine. Grabbed it, and then I put it in here. So you can set the location to 0, 0, 0 over there. Oh, maybe the Z. Okay, hold on. This ball needs to be set to 0, 0, 0. Perfect. And then this can be 0, 0, 0. So, you did manage to make a little Valentine's Day craft despite suffering the plague. It's in the art section of the Discord. I would love to check it out. See that in a minute. Okay, and then scale, right. So this was the thing that I goofed with. So oh, not that way. We want the Z length. Yeah, okay. So that's fine. And then we want to copy this. Have this be tower 1, tower 2. And for tower 2, we want the rotation to be, what's 360 divided by 8? 360 divided by 8. Do I have a calculator? 3, 60 divided by 8 is 45. Okay, yeah, I probably should have been able to do that in my head. Yeah. And then we want it to rotate, I think, along the y-axis. Yep, okay, perfect. Paste. This one should be at a 90-degree tilt. And then the next one will be at a 135-degree tilt. So this is Nern, and then from Nern we have this sphere will kind of go up this way. Set the location back to 0 for everything, and then maybe we'll have it up 4. I want the scale to be actually 0.75, 0.75, 0.75% of a Nern. And then we can basically duplicate this sphere around. I don't know if rotation's actually going to change a whole lot, so we might just have to physically place this in different spots, right? But this is the basic principle of making this Blender model. There. Oops. Okay, there. 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 And there. Model not to scale, no. Not at all. Okay, so this is our Mundus here. And then I made, I'm not going to be satisfied with this. Oh, wait, I could have just moved the location. Hold on, hold on. This should be, how many meters out? Like 3.5? Yeah, okay, and then we just do 0 there and 0 there. Okay. This one would be negative 3.5. Oh, that's not what I was trying to put. And this would be the z-axis at 3.5, and then everything else at 0. And this one would be kind of tricky, right? Okay. This is the most I've used math in years. All right, so this is kind of how Mundus works, right? And then we've got smaller planes of Master and Secunda, but this is the basic principle of how Mundus is structured. And we want to make sure that we then have a cylinder. And I forget how I made this one. Let's just make a normal ass cylinder first. Oh. Let's make it like, I guess I can make it on here. It's kind of tilted, but that's okay. Want the location to be 0, 0, want the rotation to be 0 for all of it, actually. I guess negative 90 for that axis, and negative 90 for the other one. And then we can take this cylinder, make the scale, I don't know, like 3. 3. Okay, maybe like 6. And we can make the width I guess the scale could be 3.5 to match with the spokes there. Anyway, this would be a rough approximation of the Mundus. I need to find a good distance for this. Just looked outside and there's more snow. Yeah, it's super annoying. Oh, how did I do the... There's a thing you can do on here. It's up here. Yeah, okay, you turn it to like a wireframe. I also think that we want the scale on this to be even bigger. Like 12. 12 for all. And then we can have this be much larger. Scale could be 6.5. Wow, that's almost perfect, actually. We want a smaller one than 6.5. Probably like 5.8, maybe. Might be a good looking size. Okay, yeah, I mean, this is basically it. So now I need to figure out, I think it's in, is it visibility? Jesus Christ, dude, my headset just like, it makes this noise when it turns down because there's no audio coming from anywhere, and then my headset just turns off, so it just yelled at me. Of the Z fighting, yeah. I mean, is this going to make sense for people if I, like... I don't know. Actually, what's the radius on this sphere? Does it tell me? Whatever half of 2.5 is, I guess, right? That would be the radius. 1.25, so the width of this ring should actually be larger. Maybe 1.25. There we go. Because we want it to be holding the things in place. Yeah, okay. Oh, right, okay. I remember a little bit of what I did now. So we actually want... We want to take the planes of these. So let me turn everything off except the cylinders. There's a way to take the to take certain planes off of these, but I forget what it was exactly. It's transform maybe. But I think the point of this is, for anyone who doesn't know, the tower turned on its side is an eye. And I think this is probably the easiest way to just showcase that. Just spin it over in the video itself so people can see that. You know what I could do too is just take a cylinder IRL, record myself, and then spin it. I don't know why I'm spending so much time making a freaking model, but we're here. Um, yeah, what was it? Snap, move to collection. Oh, I think I found it. Like just this blender window. Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. I wasn't gonna take anything too crazy. We want to take faces off of this thing though. So there's a way to do that. Faces, right? Hmm. Select the edges and Control X to delete them. We don't want that to go. I wish I could remember how I did this. I should actually save this, shouldn't I? The wheel. How's it going, Bash? I wish that I remembered how to do this. The wheel. It's sculpting? Oh, this is a much better frame, too. Well, maybe at this point then, because this looks kind of nice as is. Oh no, but I still want the... I still want the things to be visible. Reminds me of Kagranak's plans for some reason. Well, you know, it very well could be reminiscent of that. We do bring up Kagranak for a minute in this lore video. It's the sequel, Dareloth's plans? Yeah. Man, there was so much crazy lore that I learned from doing this project, guys. Like, it was really insane to me, some of it. Physics. Constraints. Geometry data. Let me turn some music on. Hmm. My headset's dead, that's right. Welcome to my world, the world of out-of-game weirdo shit. I mean, it's very cool stuff. It's just like, you know. I mean, I'll get into my little gripes with Michael Kirkbride here and there in this video, but for the most part, I do find the Tower Lore to be really interesting. I'm glad that we've been seeing a bit more of it introduced in the games. So, can I maybe... delete the face size. Right? How to delete a face... ... in Blender. In Blender, when you have some of a mesh's elements selected and you press X, a menu will appear. Okay, hold on, this is huge. Okay, we didn't want to delete the whole thing. You can use delete to remove vertices, edges, or faces. Well, we don't want to just delete all those objects in there. In edit mode, enable face select, right click. Oh, wait. This is familiar. We're in layout mode. We need to go into edit mode, right? Well, thanks for sticking with me through this, people. Catch up on the backlog soon enough, that's fair. It's not all related to towers, but my favorite out-of-game writing is Shore, Son of Shore. Dropping by to say hello, hope you're doing well. Haven't been into fantasy so much lately on top of being busy with schoolwork, but I'll always support. Thank you, man. Much appreciated. I haven't had a whole lot come out in the past month anyway, so there's not a whole lot of stuff. I still have a lot of Legends videos I need to get through. So, we will have stuff coming out, but this video is my priority at this point. I really want to get this done. Do I have monetization turned on? Have you guys been getting ads? Sorry. Monetization is off. See, it's only identifying vertices. Ah, oh, whoa, wait. Faces. Faces. So can I... Okay, this is my select box. Faces. Only faces. Dissolve faces? Why is this not... It's not even letting me select anything. Oh shit, it did get rid of a bunch of faces on the side. Oh man. Well, now I'm just annoyed. Can I go back and... Don't save. Back and open the wheel. Okay, before I deleted anything. So then these are the faces. Am I dumb? Don't answer that. But how can I click on... Oh, this is so annoying. Oh my god. Turn that off. Edit mode. Okay, hold on. We're getting somewhere. No, we're not getting anywhere. Okay, I think I found the solution that I should have found earlier. I'm going to turn everything back on. And then our big cylinder, which is this one. This one will stay at its width, but then the other two... We would like to transform the other two in the way that we were doing before. Transform, okay. The Z can actually go back down to like 0.15 on this one. Oh. No, it can't. It's this one face that we want to get rid of here. The face of the cylinder here is what we want to remove. And I just, for some reason, cannot figure out how to do that. Edit mode. Oh. Oh. Delete. Oh my god. Okay. We did it. We did it, ladies and gentlemen. And then we go to object mode. Can't believe it. Progress. Cylinder 2. Cylinder 1. Now that I know how to do that, actually, these can be bumped back to 0.125. And, or 1.25, my bad. So now, go into edit mode. We go, click on this. Delete faces. And then we click on cylinder 1. Yep. Edit mode. Delete faces. Oh, okay. We're so back. We're so back. Okay. So, this is what I was going for. This is the model of the universe. Now, it's very bare bones. It's not perfect, but this is just going to give us a general idea of how Nirn is structured, and I'm happy. I'm happy we got it. Let's actually set this to 0.75 across the board as well, so it doesn't stick out at the back. So in actuality, these planets are moving around in the orbis, but for the sake of simplicity, we're going to show them like this. Remember to save, yes. Okay, and then I'm just going to click record here. I'm going to turn my mic off, but I'm just going to record me turning this over. Surely I can draw a straighter line than that. Dude killed Parthenax and got his revenge for all the Call Dragons reanimates, Midnight Burials, etc. You know, Parthenax kind of deserved it. The Parthenax from Legends at least deserved it. Okay, I think we're back onto the actual editing thing. Sorry for that super long detour there, where I had to figure my whole life out again. But let's scale this window down. And this should be good here. Of Elder Scrolls deities, the Orbis is a wheel. We've established this. But if turned on its side, like what Vivek says... Okay, let me actually scrap this. And that... Odd. Let me explain. I'm going to give a disclaimer for people. This is a model. Model is EL, right? Model I made in, or using Blender. So, God. Turn the opacity down on that. Stick it right there. Let me explain. The orbis is a wheel. Vivek says, but if turned on its side, like what Vivek says, you see, it looks like a tower. But let's back up for a second. When we think of Elder Scrolls deities, yeah, it kind of is editing. Let me explain. The orbis is a wheel. We've established this. But if turned on its side, like what Vivek says, you see, it looks like a tower. But let's back up for a second. When we think of Elder Scrolls deities, we tend to refer to them as gods, but gods with a lowercase g. Did I know that the orbis is a wheel? You know, I think I do after researching all this. I'd at least hope I do. Elder Scrolls deities, we tend to refer to them as gods. Okay, so Elder Scrolls deities. Let's look for a picture of that. Well, actually, I already used a picture of that previously, so we'll just grab the same instance of that. There it is. Let me explain. Like a tower. But let's back up for a second. When we think of Elder Scrolls deities, we tend to refer to them as gods, but gods with a lowercase g, not capitalized. Is this where I talk about the Dreamer? Yeah. So we're going to talk about the Dreamer for the next couple of pages. And then, like, basically the way this video is structured, you know how I have my lore videos in chapters? So chapter 1 is talking about Elder Scrolls forums and you know, why we're using so many out-of-game sources and where tower lore comes from. So this is chapter 1 up here. Chapter 2 is then what we're in right now, talking about the setup of what the towers are. I've basically broken the towers down into 3 groups. I think that the spokes here that Vivek talks about of the wheel are actually towers in their own sense, but they're actually disconnected from the first group of towers, which I've identified as the idols, because the idols are actually entirely different from things that hold up the universe. So there's 3 categories of towers. There's the idols, the spokes, and then tower actual, which is the orbis, which is God, or the name of God is I. So yeah, we'll be getting into all that. Up quite a bit, as does the phrase Godhead. Gods, but gods with a lowercase g, not capitalized, as opposed to the God of the Abrahamic religions with a capital G. However, when we look at Kirkbride, let's put in a picture of Kirkbride. It's writing, the singular God comes up. I want it to be, yeah, I think that looks good. Look at Kirkbride's writing, the singular God comes up. We look at Kirkbride's writing, the singular God comes up quite a bit, as does the phrase Godhead. Well, actually, I don't want it to be in the background because I think we'll actually do 16:9 ratio on this and have this be the background itself. Set the scale to 100, position 0, 0, because sometimes it's weird. And then we'll do a square blur on this. When we look at Kirkbride's writing, the singular God comes. And then we'll do one of my little explaining boxes here. Yeah, lorem ipsum. It's writing. Juxtaposing. That's gotta be how you spell that, but we'll double check. Okay. The singular. When we look at Kirkbride's writing, the singular God comes up quite a bit, as does. Actually, let's take this. And we'll pop it back here for a minute. The reason that I copy paste all my texts is because I have a very specific way that I like to set them up with the border on there so you guys can read it. And then the font. And if I just copy paste and then delete, I don't have to do any of that. What was I going to say? Oh, when we think of Elder Scrolls deities, we tend to refer to them as gods, but gods with a lowercase g, not capitalized, as opposed to the god of the Abrahamic religions with a capital G. However, when we look at Kirkbride's writing, the singular God comes up quite a bit, as does the phrase Godhead. Mankar Cameron in Volume 3 of the Commentaries on the Mysterium Xarxes refers to the Godhead, and it appears in the Black Book Wake bit, as does the phrase Godhead. Mankar Cameron. Okay, Mysterium Xarxes, here we come. Or Commentaries on the Mysterium Xarxes. As does the phrase Godhead. Mankar gotten a lot more use out of Mankar Cameron this episode than I thought I would, actually. Mankar Cameron in Volume 3 of Why do I not have the same yellow I was using? That is an ugly ass yellow. Where's my... What yellow was I using? If I had a like beef with any specific color, it would definitely be yellow. Damn. How am I going to get that color? I guess we have to figure out what the code on this color is. Oh, there we go. God damn it. Okay, everything's yellow now. That is orange. I would call this, I guess it's orange. To me, it's like a very deeply burnt yellow, but you could call it orange if you would. Commentaries on the Mysterium Xarxes refers to the Godhead, and it appears in the black. By the way, Mankar Cameron and Michael Kirkbride are the same person. Well, yeah, I know, but I like to write that that Mankar Cameron is the character in game, and Michael Kirkbride is the one writing it. So that's why we have the distinction. Mankar Cameron in volume, like distinctly orange. Hey, you can have your own opinion about it. I call it deep yellow. Volume 3 of the Commentaries on the Mysterium. Oh, that's why that was goofing up. Do that. Let's see. Copy. Mankar Cameron. Mankar Cameron in Volume 3 of the Commentaries on the Mysterium Xarxes refers to the Godhead, and it appears in the Black Book, Waking Dream. Did I goof up Ad Semblio Impera somewhere, though? I thought we got that. Yeah, there we go. Mankar Cameron in Volume 3 of the Commentaries on the Mysterium Xarxes refers to the Godhead, and it appears in the Black Book. Oh man, am I going to do the Black Book too? I might as well cite the Black Book if I'm citing this. The black, or well, we'll get some Hermaeus Mora art. Yes, Thermaeus Mora. One whole sentence, yep. Waking Tears in the Black. Dreams. appears in the Black Book Waking Dreams in Skyrim's Dragonborn DLC, alongside many oblique references in other texts. So, what is the God? So, what is the Godhead? Well, the So, what is the Godhead? Well, the Godhead is a complex topic in and of itself. It can be used to both refer to
Ilias Felcrex is the goat, yeah.
a tripartite God, which the God
Okay. We got Mormon lore up in here.
So, what is the Godhead? Well, the Godhead is a complex topic in and of itself. It can be used to both refer to a tripartite God, which is also the way that the Church of Latter-day Saints uses the word Godhead as well, and it can be used to refer to the first dreamer. Used to refer to the first dreamer. The prevailing idea here is that the Godhead is the first dreamer, its dream being the Elder Scrolls universe, or the Orbis. This obviously means that all of the Elder Scrolls universe may actually exist solely in the mind of the dreamer, making everything in the Orbis non-existent in a sense. A fan once told Michael Kirkbride that the
Oh boy. God, there's so much quoting and text that I'm pulling for this video. Let's grab this. Grab this. This.
The prevailing idea here is that the Godhead is the first dreamer.
Gonna need a full bibliography once you're done. Yeah, I do actually have. I open up a page here. Check this out. Look at this. I've got this folder here labeled Towers. Look at all this stuff just in this folder. I've got more stuff that's not in there, but like, there's so many different references.
Being the Elder Scrolls universe. First dreamer, its dream being the Elder Scrolls universe, or the Orbis. This obviously means that all of the Elder Scrolls universe may actually exist solely in the mind of the dreamer, making everything in the Orbis non-existent in a sense. A fan once told Michael Kirkbride that the idea of the Elder Scrolls universe...
Let me pull stuff for this.
of the dreamer, making everything in the... A fan once told Michael Kirkbride that the idea of the Elder Scrolls universe being all just a dream made it boring. He responded with the following. He responded with the following. Another spelling mistake that was not mine, or grammatical error, I guess. Let's see. Just want to say, because I never think I did, the whole "it was all just a dream" avenue is completely missing the point. Consider your lucid dreams, if you've been lucky enough to have ever had one. Then think again before you dismiss the idea of divine hypnagogia. Hypnagogia is the transitional state of being in between wakefulness and sleep, which can cause a sort of lucid dream state. If anyone has ever had a lucid dream, which I've not, they'll know that when you're sleeping in this state, you're able to both realize that you're in a dream, but also control aspects of it. And interestingly, the aforementioned reference to the Godhead in the Black Book is labeled as Waking Dream. If you go just a step further and you look through what's called the Secret Triangular Gate.
Oh boy. The Secret Triangular Gate. Okay, I think I have some art saved of this already. Is it in here? There it is. Let's actually clip this down to just here. Size it down. So auto-enhancing help. That actually looks pretty good. Do a drop shadow. How much more absurd is this going to become? It's going to become much, much more absurd. I used to be on the perfect cocktail of meds that I could constantly lucid dream, spent more time asleep than awake. Really? I've never had a lucid dream. Apologies, I have to leave now. May you have all the success. Yeah, thank you, British Rogue. Okay.
Gate, you can see this.
Triangular gate.
Triangular gate, you can see the secret tower within the tower. And this is where you find the true name of God, which is I. Coincidentally, yet another tower-shaped reference. Now, I personally really like.
Okay, I spoke a little bit too fast
tower.
here, I think.
Secret triangular gate, you can see the secret tower within the tower.
Okay, let's give that time to breathe, and then I will transition this over. Boom. Oh, oops. Let's see. It's fun if you know how to control it and not get stuck in sleep paralysis, but I realized that it was probably an unhealthy way to live, and I've been unmedicated for years now. Yeah, it doesn't seem super healthy, but then again, I can't say anything because I'm not a very healthy person either. Okay, so what are we talking about here?
And this is where you find the true name of God. The secret tower within the tower.
Yeah, okay, let's fade this out.
And this is where you find the true name of God.
You can even hear me chuckle here because I'm just like, this is getting insane.
And this is where you find the true name of God, which is I. Coincidentally, yet another tower-shaped reference.
Okay.
Now, I personally really like the idea of the name of the Godhead being I, since I've always interpreted the Godhead as being the player.
I think this would be a good time to just... I got some footage of me running around in Skyrim. I think now would be a good time to just kind of plug that in, to be honest. I had some at the beginning of the video, and I think I'm going to plug some of that in as well here. Wherever I put that. There it is. I doubt you'd talk about Amaranth here, right? No, I don't get so far as to talk about Amaranth because I wanted to keep this mostly focused on just the towers. But we do talk about Kim quite a bit because Kim is so intertwined with the towers. If I talked about Amaranth, though, that would probably would have made the video like 2 hours. So I made this as in-depth as I could while still trying to make it strictly about tower lore.
Name of the Godhead being I, since I've always interpreted the Godhead as
yeah, if I had gone on about Amaranth, I would like to do a video eventually about more of this stuff, but
as being the player.
Yeah, didn't quite make it that far.
Player. To me, this makes sense since every new playthrough of an Elder Scrolls game comes attached with its own unique experiences, from the beginning of a new playthrough or character to inventing new lore or backstories within the universe, and of course the different interactions that one's actions have throughout the game as well.
Let's speed this footage up a bit.
This makes sense since every new playthrough of an Elder Scrolls game comes attached with its own unique experiences, from the beginning of a new playthrough or character to inventing new lore or backstories within the universe, and of course the different interactions that one's actions have throughout the game as well. These choices inflicted by the player essentially makes each playthrough a unique dream for a unique dreamer. Anyway, my opinion not with... Anyway.
Okay, cool. That'll be a good kind of clip there, I think. And then we'll, of course, put the square blur on there. I think actually we want to go like this.
To me, this makes sense since every new playthrough
Yeah, that's probably fine.
To me, this makes sense since every new playthrough of an Elder Scrolls game comes attached with its own unique experiences, from the beginning of a new playthrough or character to inventing new lore or backstories within the universe, and of course the different interactions that one's actions have throughout the game as well. These choices inflicted by the player essentially makes each playthrough a unique dream for a unique dreamer. Anyway,
Isn't the Godhead pretty implicitly just Anu? It can be, but I always like the interpretation that it's you.
Anyway,
I've seen a few theories that kind of support mine, so I threw it in there. But yeah, the case can definitely be made that it's just Anu.
my opinion notwithstanding, what seeing the secret tower...
Okay. Now we'll get a picture of Vivek finally in here, because he is one of the people who has seen the secret tower. Dude, I do have to say, I know I say this in like every video where I talk about him, but his art is so cool.
Anyway,
Kirkbride's art is just the coolest thing.
my opinion notwithstanding, what seeing the secret tower through the secret triangular gate allows, what seeing I, the name of God, what this does, if done correctly, is allows the viewer to essentially realize their place in the Godhead's dream, becoming a master of it themselves. In this sense, the tower gives one a truly objective view of reality. Gives one
The one thing with this picture of Vivek, I don't like how bright it is. But let's go... what's another picture I can use? I guess we'll just use the Cosmos image again.
the tower
Here.
gives one a truly
Oh.
one a truly objective view. Sense, the tower gives...
Actually, you know what else we can do is kind of a fun effect here. I did a bit in the Sotha Sil video where we do a pan and zoom, and it just sort of like brings a little bit of motion to the image. We don't have it pan a whole lot, just slowly zoom in.
What seeing the secret tower through the secret triangular gate allows, what seeing I, the name of God, what this does, if done correctly, is allows the viewer to essentially realize their place in the Godhead's dream, becoming a master of it themselves. In this sense, the tower gives one a truly objective view of reality. And in fundamentally understanding the true nature of the universe, one who overcomes this revelation is said to enter into the state known as Kim. And yes, it is pronounced Kim. Is said to enter into the state known as Kim. And yes,
Alexis, you're going to have to help me out with this because both of these sources are from the UESP. Did I annotate this correctly? Because I believe you are you're versed in. I honestly forget what this is even called. This type of writing.
And yes, it is pronounced Kim, I know. It deeply upsets me as well, but the CH is pronounced as a K.
Oh, okay, that's the shim version. Should I keep that there? For Kim, okay, for Kim, you just want KM. All right, cool. Cool.
As Kim. And yes, it is pronounced Kim, I know. It
Thank you.
deeply upsets me as well, but the CH is pronounced as a K. Also, before we move on, the secret triangular gate is a topic that is very esoteric in nature.
We'll have to grab.
Also, before we move,
It's a different eye as well. Oh, okay. So we go like this. Well, someone should tell people at the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages to change that. Which I actually can do. I have an account on there.
yes, it is pronounced Kim, I know.
Okay.
H is pronounced as a K.
Now we want to grab here, let me swap screens for just a moment. Okay. We're good. That I is E. Okay. Versus E. So Kim is Keem. Interesting. Okay, so we want to pull this image here. And this image here. Keemstar. Or Kimstar.
Also, before
All right, let's grab both of these boys here.
we move on, these
This was the Chimera, or Chimera, whatever. We'll do a 70% and a 70%. Well, I guess this is smaller, so 75, maybe an 80. There we go. That's fine.
Also, before we move on, the secret triangular gate is a topic that is very esoteric in nature.
Oh, and then I've got this Boethia one I need to include too. So we'll do 1, 2, 3. I'd like them all at 0 on the y-axis. Zoomed in, that looks okay.
The secret triangular gate So before we move on, the secret triangular gate is a topic that is very esoteric.
Agma Infinium, more like the Mysterium Xarxes, Oblivion Heads, no. So many weird problems in Oblivion. I don't remember if you were in the stream yet when I was having problems with getting Mankar Cameron's dialogue. Or even just entering Paradise.
As a K. Before we move on, the secret...
Okay. Delete, and then paste here, just to fix that visual
Move on,
error.
the secret...
Okay, for some reason the visual error is not fixed. What's going on? Ah, okay. Wasn't a visual error. Would you look at that? Not connected.
Move on, the secret triangular gate is a...
Didn't watch most of the Oblivion. No, not even an Oblivion stream. It was today. I was getting footage for Mankar Cameron, and I couldn't enter Paradise.
Topic that is very esoteric in nature, but simply put, the triangular gate...
Let's see. Yeah, either way, it was just stupid. Secret.
Divinity. Before we move on, the secret triangular gate is a topic that is very esoteric in nature, but simply put, the triangular gate is seen as a representation of divinity requiring pairs of 3. This can be seen in many aspects of Elder Scrolls lore, most famously with the...
Let's grab an image of the tribunal.
Three good Daedra. The tribunal...
Yo, have you guys seen this artwork? This must be new. Hold up. This is so cool. Look at that. That is sick. Oh, this is an item you can get in Elder Scrolls Online. I can hear your exasperation in the narration. Well, at a certain point, it was just like, I've been explaining, it takes so much to explain, like, this stuff to people, you know?
Three good Daedra.
Yeah, that thing's super
three good. Most famously with the three good.
I'm gonna have to save this at some point.
With the three good Daedra. Daedra.
I actually didn't want to talk about the three good
Famously with
Daedra
the
here.
most famously with.
So check this out.
Most famously with the tribunal.
Wow, that was a seamless
Or
edit.
most famously with the.
I simply cannot find good art of the three good Daedra, so I don't really want to put that here. But
Tribunal, or Talos, and of course the Guardian constellations. With the Tribunal, or Talos.
actually, we'll keep it in there. Fine. I'll find some art. The three. Okay, yeah, that works. Okay, artwork acquired. It's a furnishing you can use to set the time in your home. Oh, I remember that thing being on the store, but I never looked at it. It's super cool.
Lore, most famously with the.
Okay, we'll plug these in really quick.
The three good Daedra.
Or you know what? I could just do. Here's an idea. We'll have the Azura card. There's some templates you can do here for split screens. And so we need four. We need 4 screens. That'll be fine. And then we'll plug just this image of Azura into one of them. And then we'll... I don't like the way that fits in there. So we'll plug this one. The tribunal in there. Oh yeah. Where is he at? Talos. And oh yeah. Thanks. This one, plug that in there. There we go. That looks pretty good. We can even do this split screen, just kind of enveloping the...
Most famously with the three good Daedra, the Tribunal, or Talos, and of course the Guardian constellations. The triangular gate can also be seen in both the Mysterium Xarxes...
Oh, I put this stuff way too... Well, whatever. We'll just keep it. It looks kind of nice.
Seen in many aspects of...
Or, you know what I could do? Is I could cut all this down. And then I could just have it be... Yeah, I like this more. Do the secret triangular gate just while I'm talking about it. Okay.
Also, before we move on, the secret triangular gate is a...
Oops.
Also, before we move on, the secret triangular gate is a topic that is very esoteric in nature, but simply put, the triangular gate is seen as a...
Oh, thank you. And that means it's probably up here too, right? Triangular. Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you. That would have gone unnoticed. Much appreciated.
And yes, it is pronounced Kim, I know. It deeply upsets me as well, but the CH is pronounced as a K. Also, before we move on, the secret triangular gate...
Maybe I have a sticker. Maybe I have a triangle sticker. Is this going to look cool or a little bit tacky?
It is a topic that is very esoteric in nature, but...
We have that appear behind. That actually looks kind of cool. Like right there. And then I think I could actually change the color of that. Let me toy around with it for a second.
Also, before we move on, the secret triangular gate is a topic that is very esoteric in nature, but simply put...
I don't like how it moves. Yeah, it looks a little dumb.
The triangular gate is seen as a representation of divinity requiring pairs of three. This can be seen in many aspects of Elder Scrolls lore, most famously with the three good Daedra, the Tribunal, or Talos, and of course the Guardian constellations. The triangular gate can also be seen in both the Mysterium Xarxes and the Agma Infinium, as well as in this concept art of Boethia. Getting back to Kim though, Mankar Cameron quotes,
Oh boy.
"The tower quotes,
Okay, we'll go back. We'll grab our Mankar citation. I feel like I can just quote him by heart at this point. The tower touches all mantles of heaven, brother novitiates.
The tower touches all mantles of heaven, brother."
Mankar Cameron does live rent-free in my brain. Just so everyone knows.
touches all. The tower touches all. Okay. The tower touches all mantles. The tower touches all mantles of heaven, brother novitiates, and by its apex one can be as he will. More, be as he was, and yet changed for all else on that path for those that walk after. This is the third key of Numantia, and the secret of how mortals become makers, and makers back to mortals. I will need you to end this video with Tower, I barely know her. You know, I could go back and record that. Now, here specifically, Cameron is talking about the Psijic Endeavor, which is a whole nother process, but it's one of these 6 walking ways. It doesn't have 2 eyes in it? Oh. Well. My whole life is a lie, I guess. I thought it was like Cyrodiil. Oh, rarely spelled with 2 eyes there. There's a few sources that say it. I just checked on UESP. Either way. But it's one of these 6 walking ways, the ways in which mortals can transcend to godhood. All of these walking ways
Mortal
are of the
scan. Or mortal scan. Mortals can reach divinity.
Walking ways, the ways in which mortals can transcend to godhood. All of these.
Do you want a real... Oh, yeah, I mean... I guess I probably could do a real dash, couldn't I? Oh, man.
Well, some think that the White Gold Tower, and some other towers around Tamriel, help, well, hold the world up, or something like that. Others believe that before the dragon broke, the tower helped protect us from invasion from Oblivion. They help keep Mundus, the world, from dissolving back into oblivion. Or something like that. Anyway, everyone seems to agree it has power, but no one knows exactly what kind. Some of the most well-referenced lore, yet esoteric at the same time in the Elder Scrolls universe, has to do with the towers. Since I started this project, I've had many people ask me, what is tower lore? And I've heard many different responses to this question. Some people say the towers are destroyed, some say the Thalmor are involved, others dismiss the towers entirely as unimportant, and some people know that the towers are a lot more confusing than they may seem. I'm currently 40 pages into this lore dive. I write all of this by hand, ladies and gentlemen, so let it be known that this video has taken literal years off of my life. I didn't know what I was getting into when I said that I would do this, and because of that, this is not going to be a typical lore video. I will be doing a lot of direct quoting and explaining in this video because I want you to know where my sources are coming from and why I'm reaching the conclusions that I am. Much of the lore in this video actually comes from out-of-lore sources, or out-of-game sources, making this somewhat of a different avenue for me, as I typically try to only include in-game sources, like in my Sotha Sil video, for example. You're totally free to disagree with the things I say throughout the runtime, but I would at least like it if you left a meaningful comment with a source or something backing up your claim, because if I put in the research for the video, I'd expect you to put in research for your response as well. Needless to say, this video has taken me an extremely long amount of time, and it's by far the most insane lore research I've had to do yet. So, if things seem a bit jumbled in the writing, I sincerely apologize. I tried to organize this video in a way that made sense, but it was a lot harder to do than I thought. Before we begin, I'd like to just remind everybody to please leave a like or a comment. It helps the algorithm find me, and it'll make me feel good, so I'd appreciate it. And if you want to stick around for further videos, please subscribe, but I won't try to push that on you. For now. Anyway, without further ado, please grab a snack, sit back, and enjoy as I lore dump to you all about the towers. Before we get fully into the weeds with this, it's important that we talk about the Bethesda forums. To many people who follow the Elder Scrolls, it should be no surprise to you that a lot of the lore that is the most famous in the series does not come from the games themselves. Rather, back in the early days of the series, many of the writers used to take to forums on the internet to promote new ideas and lore concepts. Tower lore was born out of this age, and as such, you didn't ever really see it being brought up during the courses of the main games that much. There was an odd reference here or there, sure, but mostly oblique stuff like lines of text in Vivek's sermons or in the commentaries on the Mysterium Xarxes, Volume 3 to be specific. Both of these books are notoriously complex to dissect, so Tower lore has remained unknown for ages for many fans, since it's really hard to find if you just play the games and you don't study the games. Essentially, this means a lot of our lore in this video specifically will be coming from out-of-game sources, like I said, but it's basically necessary for this video. Otherwise, we would essentially have nothing of note to talk about. Two of the biggest inspirations for Tower lore come from two different sources, old posts on the Elder Scrolls forum. The first is called The Thief Goes to Cyrodiil, and the second is called the Numantia Intercept. Alongside the Sermons of Vivek and the Mythic Dawn commentaries, all of these sources were written by Michael Kirkbride, along with many more that we will use in this video, so yes, we will have to talk about him yet again. He is inevitable. Another thing, Kirkbride tends to use Vivek as his self-insert OC do not steal. So we're going to be quoting a lot of Vivek today, and even a little bit of our boy Mankar Cameron, as these characters are kind of lore characters that Kirkbride uses to tell us stuff about the world. However, it should be stated that in the third Oblivion fan interview in 2006, when asked about unofficial lore, Todd Howard, Gavin Carter, and Pete Hines had this to say. Remember that only things that have been published in Elder Scrolls games should be considered official lore. Now, this has changed over the years, slightly on a technicality, since the Elder Scrolls novels are also considered to be canon, but I did want to bring this up anyway. And I do want to mention that these unofficial sources and whatnot, as time has gone forward, have slowly seen their introduction in-game, which is likely the result of people who were once fans of Bethesda now working for Bethesda. The Dragonborn prophecy from Skyrim, for example, directly makes note of the Snow Tower. Even in recent years, the Elder Scrolls Online devs have made several references to tower lore throughout questlines and in-game books. My point with this is that just because tower lore began as forum posts and developer statements, at this point it's very much in canon, and so while I would like to see in-game book versions of the Numantia Intercept and The Thief Goes to Cyrodiil to have it officially be canon, I can firmly say that I have no problem using these sources to back up the intentions of the writers and to prop up the foundation on which tower lore was born. Okay, let's really get into it now. By now, if you're not familiar with this, you're probably wondering to yourself, what exactly is a tower? Well, isn't that a good question? I've spent the better part of 3 months trying to figure this out myself, so please put your thinking cap on and pay attention closely. When most people think of the towers, they think of the 8 or so structures on Nirn that have been associated with tower lore for forever. The Adamantine Tower, Red Mountain, White Gold Tower, the Crystal Tower, the Green Sap, the Orichalc Tower, the Snow Tower, and the Numidium. However, I've identified a few more. For the purposes of this video, this is just one branch of towers, and we'll be referring to them as the idols from here on out. For the next set of towers, there are 8 of them, as told to us by Vivek, just like the idols. These 8 towers are the gifts from the Aedra that stabilize the universe. We'll refer to these towers as the spokes, which is their general name. It's important to note that I don't think these are ever directly referred to as towers, but I genuinely think that they fit the bill here and have been confused with the towers of Nirn in the past, so stick with me. Additionally, they are tower-shaped in their description. Our last set of towers is actually just one singular tower, and this tower is the most important of them all, and likewise the most unknowable one. We will refer to this tower as Tower Actual from here on out. Now that we have our 3 categories of towers, we'll need to have a segment of this video dedicated to breaking down the cosmology of the Elder Scrolls universe in order to comprehend their place in it. So, let's start by understanding the fundamentals of the Elder Scrolls cosmos. The term that we use when discussing the Elder Scrolls universe is the Orbis. From the Orbis we have 3 different subrealms: Mundus, Oblivion, and Aetherius. Importantly, these realms envelop one another, with Mundus being the central realm, completely surrounded by Oblivion, which itself is completely surrounded by Aetherius. Anything outside of the Orbis is considered to be the Void. The Mundus is in the middle of the universe then, and it encompasses many different planetary bodies. Nirn, Arkay, Akatosh, Dibella, Stendarr, Zenithar, Mara, Kinnereth, and Julianos, alongside Nirn's moons, Massor, Secunda, and recently, the Necromancer's moon. Nirn is also, of course, in the center of Mundus, and it is the planet on which all of the Elder Scrolls games take place, and to get further specific, the continent of Tamriel is the place in which all of the game's settings are derived. To get a better idea of how Mundus is structured, you can take a look on screen at the Dwemer Orrery as seen in the Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion. Best DLC in the whole world. Mundus was of course created during the Dawn era when the Aedra were compelled by Lorkhan to use their power to build Mundus. Zooming out from Mundus, we arrive at Oblivion. When put into this perspective, it begins to make sense why Mundus is constantly being invaded by the Daedra, since they fully surround the realm. Oblivion is essentially composed of the larger planes of the Daedric princes and several other pocket dimensions like the Sol Cairn, Gaiar Alada, and Fargrave. The main characteristic difference between these realms and the planes of the Mundus is that the Aedric gods assisted in the creation of the Mundus while the Oblivion lords did not. The planes of Oblivion are also said to hail from the Void itself, lending to their chaotic nature. Finally, outside the outer layer of Oblivion, completely surrounding the Orbis, is the plane of Aetherius, which is essentially the godly spirit realm where magic is said to hail from. The Aedric gods are thought to have hailed from here, and it's said that this is the plane that many of the gods fled to when they realized that they would become stuck forever in Mundus upon its creation if they lent their power, like Akatosh and Arkay, whose realms reside in Mundus as a reminder of their mark on creation. This is why you can see stars from Nirn. They're actually tears in the cosmos through Aetherius, Oblivion, and Mundus, where the Magna Gi and their chief god Magnus pierced the veil between realms to escape the prison of creation. The escape of Magnus resulted in the biggest tear in the sky, creating the sun, and the Magna-Gi created smaller holes which serve as the stars. The most recognizable realm in Aetherius for many fans is Sovngarde, which the last Dragonborn gets to travel to at the end of Skyrim, but also places like the Mantellan Crux from Daggerfall exist here too. With all of these realms in mind, you can think of the Orbis as a wheel, like an old-timey wagon wheel. Mundus would be the hub of the wheel, the central point. From that wheel protrude the spokes, and these are our second group of towers. These towers metaphysically connect outward from Mundus through Oblivion and into Aetherius, essentially propping up Mundus from falling into oblivion like ancient Greek pillars holding up a roof. These spokes are embodied by the planetary realms of the divines in the Mundus. Vivek says in The Thief Goes to Cyrodiil that the spokes of the wheel are the 8 gifts of the Aedra, sons and daughters of Aetherius. The voids between each spoke number 16, and their masters are the sons and daughters of Oblivion. The center of the wheel was another circle, the hub, which held everything together. The Atata called this Mundus. You can see how directly the creation of the universe is tied to these spokes now, or these towers. The 8 spokes beget the 16 realms of the Daedra lords, as there are 16 Daedric princes. I'm not counting Athelia, and Jiggalag doesn't count for reasons I will touch on in a separate video soon. As for these planetary bodies, there are 8 of them, as I said, and it's not even a matter of faith that they are the divines. The drummer, for instance, saw and recognized the 8 divine planets and marked them down despite not worshipping them themselves. And I'm not leaving Talos out on purpose. Importantly, Talos does not have a planetary body, although some people think that he represents the realm of Nirn, which we'll talk about later. Vivek tells us also that the spokes are the 8 components of chaos, as yet solidified by the law of time. Static change, if you will. They are the lent bones of the Aedra, the 8 gift limbs to Sithisit, the wet earth of the new star, our home. This is extraordinarily important to comprehend here. Basically, if you're unfamiliar, a long time ago, a god named Lorkhan tricked/convinced a bunch of his other fellow gods to create the mortal plane, without telling them just how unstable it would be. Many of the gods that helped in the creation of Mundus would have to turn themselves into the Elnathae, or, as translated from the Elnathex, the Earthbones. Now, the term Earthbone is quite literal here, as their powers helped solidify Mundus and give it structure, like bones. As Lorkhan was the spawn of Padme, the realm he helped sire was a place of change. When these Earthbones stabilized the realm, they became trapped in Mundus as a result. The book Subtropical Cyrodiil, a speculation, quotes that when the Aedra were persuaded, or hoodwinked, by Lorkhan into creation of the Mundus, the physical flesh of Nirn was hung on a skeleton of joints, each of which radiated a palpable reality. The bones of the world, as it were. So wrapping back to Sermon 21, when Vivek says that the spokes of the wheel are the lent bones of the Aedra, he is literally talking about the Aedric sacrifices of their power to create the world and become its bones. And again, you can see their influence on the world by simply looking at the divine planets in the night sky. All of the divine planets, as I'll refer to them, were present at the convention of Lorkhan on the White Gold Tower. The one that I've seen debated is Dibella, but Mankar Cameron states in his monologue in Paradise that
Julianos, Dibella, and Stondar are all Lorkhan's betrayers, posing as divinities in the principality that has lost its guiding light.
These spokes that prop up Mundus, then, are less towers and more represent laws, or structures. Not laws as in legality, mind you, but scientific laws, like the conservation of matter or Newtonian motion. This is why he calls the spokes the 8 components of chaos and mentions Sithisit, which is just a way of referring to Sithis, i.e. the void. Chaos and the void are typically associated with the Daedra, but you have to remember that Mundus was originally a realm of chaos.
Why do you think your world has always been contested ground, the arena of powers and immortals? It is Tamriel, the realm of change, brother to madness, sister to deceit.
In the monomyth, the Altmer are said to refer to Mundus as the House of Sithis, i.e. the House of Chaos. Sep, the Redguard version of Lorcan, tricked the gods into entering the Skin Ball, otherwise known as Mundus, which was deadly to them. So, looking again at the quote from Sermon 21, these spokes are the 8 components of chaos as yet solidified by the law of time. The spokes of the wheel were in place in the chaotic realm of Mundus, but were not yet fully realized until the law of linear time was fully established. You see, during this era, the Dawn Era, time existed as Akatosh existed for it to persist, but time flowed strangely, in an amorphous fashion. That is, until Convention. Convention refers to the conference held by the Aedra against Lorcan for his perceived treachery, and it was also the first event of the Merethic era. Nuhata, the main speaker in the Numantia Intercept, tells us in letter number 4 that Auriel that is Akatosh returned to Mundex Arena from his Dominion planet, signaling all Aedra to convene at a static meeting that would last outside of Orbic time. His sleek and silver vessel became a spike into the changing Earth, and the glimmer winds of its impact warned any spirit that entered Aura with it would become recorded, that by consent of presence, their actions here would last a period unassailable, and would be so whatever might come later to these spirits, even if they rejoined the Aether or succumbed willingly or by treachery to a Sithite erasure. Thus could the Aedra and their cohorts truly convene in realness. Our forebears saw the erection of Adamantia, Tower. I know this text block sounds kind of unhinged and insane, but to break it down really simply, when it came time to punish Lorcan for his convincing of the gods to create Mundus, Akatosh and the other Aedra created the first of the physical towers, the Adamantine Tower, to actualize time on Nirn so that their convention against Lorcan could be recorded in actuality. The sleek and silver vessel referred to in this text is a reference to this Adamantine Tower, which became a spike into the changing Earth, and its impact warned any spirit that entered Aura with it would become recorded. From here, Nuhata goes on. Time began to last in stepid fashion. Those spirits that remained, lesser and greater, involuntary or eventual earthbone, surrendered all definite hold on divinity. Aldmeris bore witness and built the remaining towers during the Merethic. White Gold, Crystal-like Law, Orichalc, Greensap, Walkbrass, Snowthroat, and on, ad semblio impera. Thus, we come to the idols. Way back in Sermon 21, Vivek says, "Look at the majesty sideways, and all you see is the tower, which our ancestors made idols from." But an idol implies an ideal, and this ideal would be Tower Actual. To quote Vivek, "The tower is an ideal, which, in our world of myth and magic, means that it is so real that it becomes dangerous." If you remember a little ways back, I made mention of Tower Actual and how it's the most important of all the towers. Well, if the spokes are laws... Okay, I'm back. It looks like... Oh, wow. Was I gone for 17 minutes? What the hell? All right, well... Oh, jeez. Hello, everybody. Hope you enjoyed the video that far. Use it there. You got to go back and use it everywhere else. Oh, for the dash. Yeah, that is rough. Did I touch snow? I did not touch snow, unfortunately. Great stuff. Thank you. Yeah, the intro, that quote really does summarize everything, right? Like, what is it? Anyway, everyone seems to agree it has power, but no one knows exactly what kind. Thank you. We'll continue on with the stuff. Of heaven, brother novitiates, and by its apex one can be as he will. More, be as he was, and yet changed for all else on that path for those that walk after. This is the third key of Numantia, and the secret of how mortals become makers, and makers back to mortals. Okay, yeah, we were talking about the Psijic Endeavor. That's right. Achieve Kim, another of the walking ways. And finally, tying things all together, achieving Kim is realizing your place in the dream. Okay. This frickin' Psijic Endeavor. Ways are incredibly closely connected. Case in point, the purpose of the Psijic Endeavor is
Okay. I was so confused for a little while too. I had a whole part in this script about how the Psijic Endeavor and the Psijics, and then I realized like the Psijic Endeavor doesn't have a goddamn thing to do with the Psijic Order, and I had to
Endeavor
delete
is
like
to achieve.
a bit of my writing. Ugh, so frustrating. Oops. Okay, so
Endeavor is to achieve Kim.
yeah, which is uh intertwined. Okay, I spelled it right. Cool. You know what, Alexis, I will throw in here. Uh it's to achieve I'll include the word amaranth in the video, but we don't need to fully touch on it. What I remember is the sound of Anu Padme melding. Oh, interesting.
Endeavor is to achieve Kim, another of the walking ways. And finally, tying things all together, achieving Kim is realizing your place in the dream yet remaining within it. So, just so we're all on the same page, the 6 walking ways are laid out in Michael Kirkbride's love letter from. Just so we're all on the
I gotta grab this.
same page, the 6 walking ways are laid out in.
Yeah. Here, we'll do like this. You're saying there's a chance. I am saying there's a chance, yeah.
Are laid out in Michael Kirkbride's love letter from the 5th era. You in the 4th era have already witnessed many of the attempts.
Okay, hold on. Let's back up, Dareloth. Let's back this audio up by just a minute. Boom. Okay, we gotta grab this and the love letter to the 5th era stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4 for that. Okay. I've got so many tabs open. It's kind of insane.
You in the 4th era have already witnessed.
Okay.
Ways are laid out in Michael Kirkbride's love letter from the 5th era. You You in the Fourth Era have already witnessed many of the attempts at reaching the final subgradient of all I, that state that exists beyond mortal death. The Numidium, the Endeavor, the Prolix Tower, Kim, the Anatiomorph, the Scarab that transforms into the new man. For the purposes of this video, just know that most of these paths lead to Kim eventually. Vivek tells us that those who can attain this Vivek tells us that those who can attain this state, called Kim, experience an ineffable sense of the Godhead and escape the strictures of the world egg. So those who achieve Kim successfully are able to bend the rules of the universe to their liking because they ultimately know that they are within the dream of the dreamer.
I kind of want to use that.
You with me?
I kind of want to use that brain expansion meme for the Godhead. Yeah, all these images are stupid though. Let's see, where is it? Let me here, I'll pull it up. Brain expansion meme here. How would this meme be structured? Playing Elder Scrolls. What did I just say? I had some inspiration here.
First to their liking.
Oh, playing Elder Scrolls, understanding Elder Scrolls lore. I don't know, something like this. Is the only correct response to an enormous deep lore dump. Yeah. Just generate this meme.
So those who achieve Kim successfully are able to bend the rules of the universe to their liking.
No, I don't. This meme doesn't make sense, does it? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I can do better. I can make something better. This all got to be about achieving Kim. So we'll work backwards from there. Grown. Oh, sure, yeah. Let's see. Knowing about the towers. About the secret tower. I don't know. Is this good? Is this good, Dad? Triangular typo again. It's a hard word. The brain expansion meme situation is crazy. To their liking. I'm gonna cut off that image flip part. To their liking, because they ultimately know that they are within the dream of the dreamer. Oh, you know what I'm going to do too? Here, I'm going to do the thing I've done a few times in this video so far. I'm just going to take this thing and really fuck with it. The rules of the universe to their liking, because they ultimately know that they are within the dream of the dreamer. And then we'll set the opacity. There's these things called keyframes that we can do. So if we go to the beginning here, I'll actually overlay it over all of this as I start talking about it. And then we'll set this way back here. Godhead, and escape the strictures of the world egg. And then at this point, we can establish a keyframe right here at the very beginning, which will establish that at this point in the timeline, this picture is at 0 opacity. And then if we just go all the way over here, we can set a keyframe over here. And then that keyframe will be at full opacity. So then it'll and escape like the strictures of the world egg. So those who achieve Kim successfully are able to bend the rules of the universe to their liking, because they ultimately know that they are within the dream. We'll just have these continue until this thing becomes dream of the dreamer. You with me still? Oh, that audio didn't get... Oh, what? Why does that audio sound weird? You with me still? I know. Okay, well, this is the point of the video where I'm going to plug my own stuff, so this won't be super interesting to watch. Needs to be a slow fade in. Yeah, there we go. So those who achieve Kim successfully are able to bend the rules of... Perfect. Okay, yeah, so this is where I'm going to plug my own stuff and ask people to subscribe if they made it 25 minutes into the video. I know, this is a lot. It's a lot of explaining. I'm going to take a quick... I think the meme itself could be better. It could be. We'll have to workshop it, but that's... we'll add another marker. It'll just say, be funnier. Those who achieve Kim successfully are... You with me still? I know, this is a lot. It's a lot of explaining. I'm just going to put a picture of... I guess... I was going to say me. Picture of me up there, but this isn't... this isn't me, necessarily. Okay. You with me still? This is the Dareloth. You with me still? I know, this is a lot. It's a lot of explaining. I'm going to take a quick second so we can all just have a mental breather. Also, if you made it this far, please consider subscribing. Now I will pester you about it. My channel doesn't do well in between my big lore videos, to be honest, and I don't want to be that guy, but like... Oh yeah, I need to pull the the screenshot. Did you know 88% of people aren't subscribed to my YouTube channel? How rude. I think I took it a while back. I will pester you about it. My channel doesn't do well in between my big lore videos, to be honest, and I don't want to be that guy, but like 88.3% of viewers aren't subscribed. And look, I get it. Sometimes I'll be on a binge of videos from the same channel, and only realize that I'm not subbed on like the 16th video in a row. So anyway, please leave a like, a comment, a share, and if you really want to, please subscribe and stick around for more. Anyway, let's get back to the video. Okay. Let's get back to the video. So, the first person to view the tower from its side and see... Back to the video. Back to the video. So, the first person to view the tower from its side and see the name of God was the deity known as Lorcan. Why can't these YouTubers just do all their work for free without any recognition? Yeah, for real. It really sold out when he did an hours-long lore video without caring about the numbers. You know, I wish I could just not care about the numbers, but considering I put about 3 months of time into this, and my entire weekend so far, it'd be nice to get a little something. A comment, a share, and if you're back to the video. So, the first person to view the tower from its side and see the name of God was the deity known as Lorcan. I don't know what image I should use for Lorcan, because I really don't know where that one, like that famous one, comes from. I couldn't verify if it was from Lady Nerevar. Because just so we're on the same page, it's this image, right? This is the one you're talking about. Yeah, I don't know where it comes from. Otherwise, I would love to use it, but yeah, I don't know. It is very much Lady N's art style, but I'll try and verify it. Yeah, I mean, I know she's got that one of Shore that I saw earlier. I might do that. I could honestly just do like a. I could ask in the Elder Scrolls Discord and someone might know. Let me see. People are usually pretty quick there. Yeah, I'll throw that picture in. And then we wait. We'll use it as a placeholder for now. And then I can take this and we'll square blur it, just like we have.
So, the first person to view the tower from its side and see the name of God was the deity known as Lorcan. Padame's firstborn went wandering from the start. Okay, more of the thief goes to Cyrodiil. So, the first person to view the tower from its side and see the name of God was the deity known as Lorcan. As Lorcan. Padame's firstborn went wandering from the start, changing as he went, and wanted no name but was branded with Lorcan. As time allowed, more and more patterns to
Okay, sometimes when I port text over, it just does not want to be correct. There we go. Okay, this is so much text. I will try to highlight the important parts here. How does that look?
Padame's firstborn went wandering from the start. Padme's firstborn went wandering from the start, changing as he went, and wanted no name but was branded with Lorcan. As time allowed more and more patterns to individualize, Lorcan watched the orbis shape itself and grew equally delighted and tired with each new shaping. As the gods and demons of the orbis erupted, the Get of Padme tried to leave it all behind. For he wanted all of it and none of it all at once. It was then that he came to the border of the orbit. So the first person to view the tower from its side. Honestly, we should just do the text outright like that. And then I'll get the fade effect. Or transition, my bad. Get that down to, yeah, that's fine. About there is okay. Oh, it doesn't work at all, does it? So the first, it kind of does. In a row. What I can tell, the art is Revival Lorcan by Vanuchka. Ivan Roskow on DB. Ivan Roskow. Why do I know that name? I feel like I used art from them previously. Yeah, Revival Lorcan, there it is. Okay. Well, we will make sure to give them credit. So the... God damn it, it's a drop bounce. I need the erase slide, damn it. Not that anyone's gonna care but me. But... So the first person to view the tower from its side and see the name of God was the deity known as Lorcan. Padme's firstborn went wandering from the start, changing as he went, and wanted no name but was branded with Lorcan. As time allowed more and more patterns to individualize, Lorcan watched the orbis shape itself and grew equally delighted and tired with each new shaping. As the gods and demons of the orbis erupted, the Get of Padme tried to leave it all behind, for he wanted all of it and none of it all at once. It was then that he came to the border of the orbis. He saw the tower, for a circle turned sideways is an eye. This was the first word of Lorcan, and he would never, ever forget it. Lorcan is said to have intentionally failed to fully achieve Kim despite seeing the tower on its side. Why would he do this? Well, again, Vivek implies that it may have been to show the mortals of Mundus what not to do in achieving this state of being. Oh yeah, I also wanted to shout out another YouTuber. So, we'll go grab a thumbnail really quick. While we're on the topic of Kim and the walking ways, there is an excellent video I would be upset if I didn't recommend to you by a YouTuber named Black Rose. They have a video titled Explaining the YouTuber named Black Rose. They have a video titled Explaining the 6 Walking Ways. I found this during my research phase, and while I disagreed with some points in it, it was an extremely interesting theory, so please add it to your watch later and check it out after you finish this video, and then leave a comment that you came from my channel. The video only has like 7,000 to 8,000 views, and it's just far too well made for that. But there you have it. But there you have it. That's Tower Actual. That's the name of God, and that is what all of the other towers, the physical structures in the Mundus, have been built off of. So, let's talk about the actual towers on Nirn then. Okay, that is chapter 2 done. Finished. So I need to grab this. This. That should fade into actual towers on Nirn then. Chapter 3, what did I call this? We'll call it Throw Me the Idol. It's an Indiana Jones reference. Nirn then. I'll put a picture of that scene.
It's a funny picture. An Indiana Jones reference in my Dareloth video? Yeah, it could never possibly happen.
Now, I laid these towers out already when discussing the idol category,
I'm just going to keep Alfred Molina in the background there. That is too funny to me.
but I'm going to just remind everyone real quick what these are. So we have the
I'm just going to pull the towers from when I laid them out previously. Grab all of these. Hopefully I said them in the same order. Otherwise, I'm going to be so mad at myself. So that'll be more work for me to change the order. But, let's see. It's about here.
we have the adamantine tower.
Okay, got to start with the adamantine tower.
So we have the adamantine tower, red mountain, white gold tower, crystal like law, the green sap, the orichalc tower, snowthroat, and walk brass.
Man, I read in a very consistent manner, don't I? I didn't even have to edit the timing on that at all. Holy shit.
Alongside these, I've also done a lot of side research and collected a list of potential towers, of which I've identified 5.
Oh, you guys want to hear something really insane in this editing software? So, yeah, Pro, thank you. This editing software has tried to like do a lot with AI. As you can see, there's an AI button right here for like you can generate AI music for your video, and you could do like AI voice enhancers too, and it sounds horrible. I tried it one time just to see what it was like, and like
This may not be a fully exhaustive list of all the towers, but these are the ones that I wanted to include.
that's the AI voice enhancer, air quotes. It sounds horrible.
Done a lot of side research and collected a list of potential towers, of which I've identified 5.
Even the wind removal sounds weird. Okay, so my 5 potential towers. Now I gotta find pictures of these. The Clockwork City. Sounds like 3 compressors. Yeah. It's not good. Okay, Clockwork City load screen. Then we go over here. This one's probably good. Arteum load screen. Forget the Wheels of Lol, purely a Coda thing. I have never heard of the Wheels of Lol, to be honest with you, so it might just be a Coda thing. Okay, well, we're using Doomcrag Vampire. As our art source for the Doomcrag. Oh, that is a really low res image, isn't it? Wow. That sucks.
I taste your fear.
Did you guys know that the College of Winterhold too? I just found this out. Yeah, honestly. The College of Winterhold and Legends, the chant that it's saying is I gartak bad om chi mai alta dun. It's all This is all from Mankar Cameron's shit. Like,
Aigatok Padhom Shima Altadun.
isn't that weird? I never knew what they were saying. But I found that out while I was looking at stuff. Okay, so I want installation. Ooh, I like this art. It's also directly from the 15th sermon. Makes no sense why the college would be saying that. I don't know, but again, it's just more evidence that the people who made Legends really liked Elder Scrolls. Okay, Doomcrag, and then we need the... What's the other tower? Come on, Dareloth. What's the other tower? The Coral Tower. Coral Tower. Oh, Coral Tower is a great community of students located in an exciting area of New York City. It's probably not an image of the Coral Tower, is there? Oh yeah, there's this weird one in Cold Harbor. See if I can just find like some stock image of a coral tower. What if we did... Oh, fantasy? These all look like AI generated images. It's a whole different cult, yeah. The Coral Tower from Final Fantasy. What? I don't know anything about Final Fantasy. See, it's when I go to wikis like this, it makes me so thankful that I'm an Elder Scrolls fan and that people are insane in this community where they like archive literally everything, because this has one line of dialogue on it. What's an image that I can use for the Coral Tower? I guess we'll use that one from Cold Harbor. Elder Scrolls. Oh wait, this is a good load screen. The Coral Area. We'll do that. Coral. Yeah, that's fine. This will suffice. It's time to see how this stuff actually looks. Dean Tower, Red Mountain, White Gold Tower, Crystal Lake Law, the Green Sap, the Orichalc Tower, Snowthroat, and Walk Brass. Alongside these, I've also done a lot of side research and collected a list of potential towers, of which I've identified 5. The Doomcrag, Let's overlay this with another split screen. 5. The Doomcrag, the Coral, and then we can get one of these cool things. So the Doomcrag is the first one I mentioned. The Doomcrag, the Coral Tower, and this way it actually doesn't look so bad. Then we'll do the Coral Tower here. The Kapora Tower there. Clockwork City here. And then we'll do the tower constellation. It doesn't work. That I need a new image.
a list of potential towers, of which I've identified 5. The Doomcrag, the Coral Tower, the Tower Constellation, the Clockwork City, and the Kapora Tower. This may not be a fully exhaustive list of all the towers, but these are the ones that I wanted to include. The first thing you may notice about all of these towers listed is that they're not very consistent, are they? They're not very consistent, are they? In the first 8 alone, we only have 4 actual. In the first consistent, are they? In the first 8 alone, we only have 4 actual towers. Then we have a tree, or rather a lot of trees, we'll get into it, 2 mountains, and a brass mech as well. So, what's going on here? On here? Well, the towers don't necessarily have to be in the exact shape of an eye. They can more represent it, and in doing so, they become sort of beacons that represent each culture's own ideologies within the dream. See, by replicating the secret tower, the idols seem to manifest some sort of change around them as well, and inherently hold some sort of power. And okay, I need to grab that image that I used previously of the adamantine tower, which I think was way back here somewhere. Also, when I was watching this, I didn't like the... I actually did not like the zoom in here at all. So we'll just have that. In-game books. No zoom in. Because this image in the third Oblivion fan interview, it's very grainy. Maybe we do like that. In fan interview in 2006, when asked about unofficial lore, Todd Howard, have slowly seen their introduction in-game, which is likely the result of people who were once fans of Bethesda. Okay, I'm going to get too sidetracked if I go back and look at everything. But, what was I talking about? Towers, adamantine tower, this picture right here. And we move forward. Okay. They are... What's going on here? Well, the towers don't necessarily have to be in the exact shape of an eye. They can more represent it, and in doing so, they become sort of beacons that represent each culture's own ideologies within the dream. See, by replicating the secret tower, the idols seem to manifest some sort of change around them as well, and inherently hold some sort of power. And although they may not be representing the secret tower on purpose, they are representations of the adamantine tower, which itself is a representation of the secret tower. I'll read the passage again that I read over in the intro. Anyway, everyone seems to agree. That I read over in the intro. Anyway, everyone seems to agree it has. Wheels of Low is just a Coda thing. I don't know how much you remember from Coda, but it's the name for the gears under the surface of Nirn. People believe it's like Sothasill's replacement for Nirn's insides. It's the skeletal framework of Nirn put in place by Magnus when he architected it. The Wheels of Law also formed the framework for the Clockwork City of Sothasill. Oh, that is interesting. I mean, again, a lot of the stuff that Kirkbride wrote is very fascinating.
Okay, we'll do that. That.
Anyway, everyone seems to agree it has power, but no one knows exactly what kind. This is a passage from the Elder Scrolls official novel called The Infernal City, written by Greg Keyes, and I put it both here and in the intro because I think it perfectly summarizes the confusion around these towers. I'm going to go on a slight rant here about a book that I previously mentioned, Subtropical Cyrodiil, A Speculation. If you read the book, written by Lady Cinnabar of Tanith, which is important, you'll hear the opinion that the towers were all built on joint points where the earth bones met on Nirn. Now, this book is said to only be a speculation, as the title suggests, and as a source, it's actually points where the earth bones met on Nirn. If you read the book, which is important, you'll hear the opinion that the towers were all built on joint points where the earth bones met on Nirn. Now, this book is said to only be a speculation, as the title suggests, and as a source, it's actually super biased, since it's only a counter theory to a supposed piece written by the scholar Phrastus of Elnir. However, it's worth pointing out here because it's one of the few actual non-esoteric references to tower lore that's officially in a game.
Okay, I know I quoted Lady Cinnabar at some
Other
point
circle,
in this video
the hub.
previously. So that would be way back here. There it is. And I don't have to write any of that again. Copy paste.
Where they held a conclave. And as a source, it's actually that when the Aedra were... Lady Cinnabar states specifically that when the Aedra were persuaded or hoodwinked by Lorcan into creation of the Mundus, the physical flesh of Nirn was hung on a skeleton of joints, each of which radiated a palpable reality, the bones of the world, as it were. At one of these mystical joint points, the Aedra erected a great structure, the Adamantine Tower, where they held a conclave to decide the fate of the world. At one of these mystical joint points, the Aedra erected a great structure, the Adamantine Tower, where they held a conclave to decide the fate of Lorcan and the Mundus. In later times, mortal mages discovered the tower and deduced its reality-affirming properties. The Merethic elves then imitated it, erecting the white gold and crystal towers at other joint points. In doing this, what did the Elves hope to achieve? I would posit that through their collective possession of such towers in their realms, over time the elves actually amended their local reality to conform to their desires. This is a particularly interesting take because it's ways. Particularly interesting take because it suggests that the towers are sort of conduits for the society which built them in order to enact their wills on the surrounding lands. Specifically, Lady Cinnabar hypothesizes that this is the reason that Cyrodiil changed from a jungle climate to its typically mild one. Now, this speculation runs counter to Mankar Cameron's reference to Tiber Septim in Volume 3, which states, Kim, those who know it can reshape the land. Witness the home of the Red King once jungled.
Yep.
This passage has always been interpreted as being a reference to Tiber Septim achieving Kim and breaking the rules of the Orbis to transmute the biome of Cyrodiil into a more temperate zone, rather than the jungle that it was originally intended to be. Sorry guys, I'm looking for something.
Okay, I think I found what I'm looking for. Okay. Cut this down. Like so. Venom Snake screaming. Ooh, that would be a good one. uh, Here's my thing. Am I going to get copyright striked for Sins of the Father in the background? Probably not. I think if it's under 6 seconds, you're good. There are versions without the music. I think we'll be fine. Yeah, the visual fade over top. That's what I was going to do, yeah. All right, we'll grab this. Keep project settings. We'll have it at... That's probably good opacity. And then I want to have this screenshot zooming in. So this one we will do the pan zoom on the endless jungle part. Oh, it's so loud. Let's detach the audio. I'll have it fade in. Actually, we need... Oops. Get this. Yeah. And this needs to have been fading in. Oh yeah, I did mute, sorry. I muted so you wouldn't figure out what I was doing. Turn the audio back on. So then right here, this can stop panning. Can't fool me, yeah. That it was originally. And then we'll do the keyframes thing again here. Opacity 0. This will fade in. And then it'll become 100% right there. So this should... That it was originally intended to be. Oh, hey, hold on. Hold on. This needs to be 16:9 aspect ratio. Come on. There we go. And the jungle that it was originally intended to be. Okay, yeah, and then we'll just do a hard cut. What else could I add? Probably like Kirkbride concept art is what I was looking for before. Let's do... Oops, not that. Yeah, I had that written. Here, let me open yeah, I had that written in the script right here. It just says, "Why are we still here just to suffer?" for me to figure out something to do with that. I like the clip of Snake screaming though. That's funny. Yeah, let me just take this Imperial guy. We could do him floating across the screen or something too. At low opacity. I even could do chroma key. There we go. And we'll have his keyframes, like he starts here. And then he would just eventually make his way. Now we need to grab him. Where are you at, buddy? I think if we just move him over here, he'll just... Okay, that's kind of funny. I kind of want him to get bigger too, the Imperial. So we'll grab him and then here we'll scale him up. Oh yeah, I like that. I could add, okay, hold on. I kind of want to add a few more. Or maybe even just like, okay, I'll do one more. Okay, PGE1 doesn't work. Yeah, this is peak content. Oh, you want to see a meme I made that I couldn't... Here, hold on. Speaking of content, I could never publish this because the aspect ratio got all screwed up. But when Legends had 2 weeks left, I made this little meme. And where was it? Yeah, here it is. Oh no, I deleted all the stuff. Never mind. Well, it was the clip from Spider-Man 1 where he goes, 2 weeks. In 2 weeks.
I mean, if you just give me 2 weeks.
2 weeks? In 2 weeks, we'll have lost the contract.
Oh, oops.
2 weeks, we'll have lost the contractor quest, and Oscorp will be dead.
Yeah, it was going to be a self-reference to how Legends had 2 weeks to live, but I couldn't release the video because it wouldn't upload as a YouTube short. Okay, anyway. Cyrodiil will grab... We'll just grab this. Grab the map. Okay, we'll start it over here. And then the keyframe set up. Oh, oops, hold on. We just want the opacity to be a flat low. And then we'll get the keyframe set up. Drag it across off the screen. Size bigger. Okay, and then okay. I'm satisfied with that. I could go on, but I'm satisfied with that. Let's get rid of the Mankar Cameron. Yeah, we could just cut it right here. Okay. That's pretty funny. I'm happy with this. So and just going like right back is pretty funny. So Cameron claims that it was through Kim that the lands were changed. Okay. Oops. Intended to be. Maybe even I need to start this out at a slightly lower opacity as well. I know it's at 57, so we want it to be here. We want it to be I want it to be 0. I want it to fade in just a little bit, and then we'll fade it up to 57 quickly, but I think it would look a little smoother. There we go. So Cameron claims that it was through Kim that the lands were changed, and Lady Cinnabar claims that it was through the manipulation of the White Gold Tower. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I actually stand more by Mankar in this specific instance. I think that because Lady Cinnabar specifically states that she's only speculating, it really informs me that the developers were trying to do some unreliable narrator stuff here, which doesn't Okay, I need to remove some of this stuff, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but I actually stand more by Mankar. Yeah, the hard cut is pretty funny. I could even add in, okay, hold on. One final thing on this meme dumpster fire. I could add in the cause. So Cameron claims
Still here. Why are we still here?
and then we do fade out.
Why are we still here?
We need that to be lower.
Why are we still here?
So Cameron claims that it was through Kim that the lands were changed, and Lady Cinnabar claims that it was through the manipulation of the White Gold Tower. So Cameron claims that it was through Kim that the lands were changed, and Lady Cinnabar claims that it was through the manipulation of the White Gold Tower. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I actually stand more by Mankar in this specific instance. I think that because Lady Cinnabar more by Mankar, Lady Cinnabar specifically I think that because Lady Cinnabar specifically states that she's only speculating, it really informs me that the developers were trying to do some unreliable narrator stuff here, which doesn't necessarily mean that she's wrong, but it likewise doesn't mean that she's right either, or at least not fully correct.
Yeah,
I have yet to rule out the
Mythic
possibility
Dawn,
that Tiber
hashtag Dawn
Septim
is
didn't
breaking.
channel his usage of Kim through the White Gold Tower, but I think until proven with further evidence, it would be unwise to trust Lady Cinnabar's Cyrodiilic hypothesis on its own. Never forget that she ends her book with the words,
The older I get, the more I think Mankar Cameron was cooking.
"Have I deduced the answer to the mystery? I cannot be sure."
He is rather handsome, isn't he? Yeah, and if you're handsome, you're right. Handsome people don't lie.
Yet that she ends her book with the words, "Have I deduced the answer to the mystery? I cannot be sure. I'm only a humble scholar residing in the Tower of the Fifth Doctrine, which is neither white gold nor adamantine. The only thing I'm quite sure of is that any theory propounded by Phrastus of Elnir is almost certain to be wrong." Now, thankfully, however, we do have another book called Orbic Enigma 4, The Elden Tree, which actually does line up with Lady Cinnabar's story about the towers. To quote, "The spike of Adam..." To quote, "The spike..." and it's
I should find a different picture that's not Mankar.
hypothesis on its own. Never forget that she ends her book with the words, "Have I deduced the answer to the mystery? I cannot be sure. I'm only a humble scholar residing in the tower of the fifth doctrine, which is neither white gold nor adamantine." To quote, "The spike of adamantia and its zero stone dictated the structure of reality in its orbic vicinity, defining for the earthbones their story or nature within the unfolding of the dragon's time-bound tale. The Aldmeri or Merethic elves were singular of purpose only so long as it took them to realize that other towers, with their own stones, could tell different stories, each following rules inscribed by variorum architects. And so the Mer self-refracted, each to their own creation, the Chimer following Redheart, the Bosmer burgeoning Greensap, the Altmer erecting crystal-like law, et alia. And furthermore supporting this is the Numantia Intercept, which, in letter number 5, quite clearly states, and furthermore supporting this is the Numantia Intercept, which, in letter and further And furthermore supporting this is the Numantia Intercept, which, in letter number 5, quite clearly states, the Aldmer began to split along cultural lines on how best to spread creation and their parts in it. Each tower that was built exemplified a separate accordance.
Yeah, viewer retention when
Basically, this is again reaffirming that not only did the towers have the ability to change the worlds around them, but they also were made to do so purposefully, to tell the stories of the cultures that created them. Now, again, I do stand by Mankar Cameron in the instance of Cyrodiil becoming a jungle, but we can understand with pretty good that created them. Now, again, I do stand by Mankar Cameron in the instance of Cyrodiil becoming a jungle, but we can understand with pretty good evidence that these towers...
Let me take the Mankar image, do that.
Now, again,
Okay, we'll just ditch the Mankar image. Because this is an important point to make here, that Lady Cinnabar's text is just factually unreliable, since it's a speculation and a refutation of just some scholar that she doesn't like. But she was sort of quoting other people's work, so I don't think she's right specifically about Cyrodiil, but she is a source that can be used to at least determine that that's what other people think about tower lores, that the towers are beacons of change. Now, again, I do stand by Mankar Cameron in the instance of Cyrodiil becoming a jungle, but we can understand with pretty good evidence that these towers do have something to do with the local landscape. Many sources claim that the towers are emblematic of the Adamantine Tower, not of Tower Actual. If we look at Vivek, he states, "Look at the Majesty sideways, and what is this from? Sermon 21. Sermon 21, by the way, is basically The Thief Goes to Cyrodiil. It's just Kirkbride compressed it into a sermon. The Thief Goes to Cyrodiil is like comprehensible when you read it. And then Kirkbride was like, what if I made it extremely difficult to understand? It's like, well, then it's in Sermon 21. But they say the same thing in a lot of instances. But if you listen to Nuhat, okay. If we look at Vivek, he states, "Look at the Majesty sideways, and all you see is the tower, which our ancestors made idols from." But if you listen to Nuhata, they claim that the towers are magical and physical echoes of the Tower, Adamantia. Yeah, how Kirkbridean, absolutely. And honestly, I believe both of them at the same time. It's just as likely that all the towers likely that all the towers link back to Tower Actual, even if that was not the intention of the builders. It's no small secret that the Adamantine Tower inspired the others, such as Crystal Lake Law, the White Gold, and the Red Tower, which is a direct result of the actions at convention. It is also said, importantly, that each tower has its own stone associated with it. Quoting Okay, so my software really didn't like what I did here. We'll save the project. Close out. Open it back up. Oh, it's still all fucked up. Okay, usually it fixes after I do that. All right, well, we'll just delete that. And try that again. That's much better. Quoting Nuhata in letter number 7. The stones are magical and physical echoes of the Zero Stone, by which a tower might focus its energy to mold creation. Oftentimes, the stones borrowed creation. Oftentimes, the stones borrowed surplus creation from Oblivion, grafting it to the terrestrial domain of its anointed tower. It was and is difficult to bypass Oblivion and go directly to creation's source, the Aetherius. It has been done, but not without great expenditure, mundane and otherwise. However, access to Oblivion, the void that surrounds Mundek's arena, which we might touch every night, was child's play in comparison. Cultivating creation that washed into the cultivating creation that washed into the void from Aetherius became the rule among stones. So what on earth does that mean? Well, the Zero Stone was a piece of the Adamantine Tower, or Way Zero, as it's less frequently called. Basically, this stone helped channel the powers of the Adamantine Tower. These other stones, for other towers, couldn't get access to the same divine energy as was in the Zero Stone, so they took to siphoning ethereal magic that resided in Oblivion, which had seeped through the cracks in between Aetherius and the Void Realms. So these stones are the ways by which a tower might focus its energy to mold creation. And finally, with all that out of the way,
let me actually talk to you guys about these physical towers. Hopefully, as we go through, you'll be able to see how these towers represent their localized culture.
Okay, that's the end of chapter 3. So let's shorten this. How have I been doing the chapter splits?
On Nirn, then.
Fade into that. Yeah, that'll work. We are officially over a third of the way done with this video. So that's kind of cool. Grab that fade that we used as well. I like to have as much consistency in my editing as I possibly can. So I just sort of pull the effects from what I used on the last slide. We'll want this to be...
And finally,
gone by this point. This can be there. That can be there.
And finally, with all that out of the way, let me actually talk to you guys about these physical towers. You'll be able to see how these towers represent their localized cultures.
Okay, so chapter 4. You know what? This one's going to be called Throw Me the Idol. The other one is going to be called Throw Me the Whip. And if you know, you know. I'm just going to reuse the same picture too, because I think it's funny.
Cultures.
Oh yeah, same picture but flipped. That's a good idea. That's so dumb. Oh god. Okay, once that gets done, then we pop this in.
We start, of course, with the Adamantine Tower, which
He's gonna go away immediately, but I'm glad to have had him. If it's not dumb, it's not fun. Exactly. You know, and there's a lot of people that that just listen to the videos and they don't watch them, so this is for the watchers out there.
We start, of course, with the...
And that's, you know, I don't care if you listen or watch them, really. I watch videos with my ears a lot, so.
The Adamantine Tower, which was the first physical structure on Nirn. We talked about this already. It was erected to stand as a place for the Aedra to hold a conference about Lorkhan's actions. Honestly, all tales of the convention end with Lorkhan's demise, generally at the hands of Trinimac, who ripped Lorkhan's heart asunder from his body and shot it via bow and arrow across the world. After the death of Lorkhan across the world. After the death of Lorkhan, the Aedra left Nirn behind, but importantly kept the Adamantine Tower, which stand as a place the first tower, which was the first physical structure on Nirn. We talked about this already. It was erected to stand as a place for the Aedra to hold a conference about Lorkhan's actions. All tales of the convention end with Lorcan's demise, generally at the hands of Trinimac, who ripped Lorcan's heart asunder from his body and shot it via bow and arrow across the world. After the death of Lorcan, the Aedra left Nirn behind, but importantly kept the Adamantine Tower, which acted as a vessel for cementing time to Nirn, ending the chaotic nature of the Dawn Era. The placement of the Adamantine Tower is the first recorded after.
Okay, we want this.
After the death of
How dead is Lorcan? Lorcan's actually not dead. I was actually going to put something on screen because I don't like that I said that he died. Lorcan's heart is the heart of the world, right? So he's not really dead because without Lorcan, I personally think that Nirn would fall apart without Lorcan. Death and Tess is a suggestion. Yeah, that too. But I don't think that Lorcan is actually dead by any means. I think that he's more subdued. So
across the world. After the death,
yeah, we'll do like I'll fix something.
Lorcan's demise, generally at the hands of Trinimac. We talked about this already. It was erected to stand as a place for the Aedra to hold a conference about Lorcan's actions. For the Aedra to hold a conference about Lorcan's actions. All tales of the convention end with Lorcan's demise, generally at the hands of Trinimac, who ripped Lorcan's heart asunder from his body and shot it via bow and arrow across the world. After the death.
Okay, so here when I say death, we're going to do a quick cut in here. Grab this. We're just going to fit this guy in here. Fit this in here too. Classic pause correction. Yeah, you know, when you're this far in, it's like...
After the death of Lorcan, the Aedra left...
I honestly...
After the death of Lorcan,
well,
the Aedra
yeah,
left Nirn behind, but... It was a... After the death of Lorcan, the Aedra left Nirn behind,
noticeable.
But importantly kept the Adamantine Tower, which acted as a vessel for cementing time to Nirn, ending the chaotic nature of the Dawn Era. The placement of the Adamantine Tower is the first recorded is the first recorded event in history and marks the beginning of the Merethic era, or more literally, the era of Mer. The Adamantine Tower was quickly taken over by the Dareni clan. The Adamantine Tower was quickly taken over by was quickly taken over by the Dareni clan of Aldmer and later Altmer, and this is why sometimes you'll hear it referred to as the Dareni Tower. These elves persist there to the modern day. Also noteworthy is that the Zero Stone has yet to be seen by mortal eyes, as it is deeply locked within the tower. Now, from the Adamantine Tower.
That's pretty much all I had to say about the Adamantine Tower, since we covered it so exhaustively previously. So this section in Chapter 4 is just kind of a recap of stuff that we already talked about, with a few extra tidbits here and there, but I didn't get into Kirkbride talking about how the Adamantine Tower might be a spaceship or something like that too. That's kind of not necessary for this video. Okay, where did I find that thing about the Zero Stone? Oh. My bad, that's misinformation.
And this is why sometimes you'll hear these elves persist there. Also noteworthy is that the Zero Stone
has been seen by mortal eyes. It's the door next to it that has not. So I need to get rid of that.
Tower. As it is.
Glad that I caught that, because I wanted to verify. It didn't sound right to me.
Now, from the to the modern day.
Okay. That's fine. Never been a huge fan of the spacefaring lore anyway. Yeah, me neither. I feel like, you know, the idea of space in Elder Scrolls is so bizarre with the planes and whatnot. Anyway, so I don't know what the need to travel through space would be. Let's do 16:9.
Now, from the Adamantine Tower, the Red Tower was born at the land. Now, from the adamantine tower, the red tower was born at the landing spot of Lorcan's heart, which acted as the stone to this tower. Nuhata tells us that
Good old Nuhata. Nuhata this, Nuhata this, Nuhata that.
the outcome of the convention was
It's letter number 4. Okay. You know, it is only 5:46 p.m. If I keep at this, I don't want to say the video will be done. I don't want to give that promise, but we're actually moving a lot faster than I thought we would. Now that we've got like all the images in place and all the citations in place, I think this will move a little bit swifter.
The outcome of the convention was to leave the terrestrial sphere in their excess, for its own good, but that it should last after their departure as in the semblance of the Adamantia. The outcome of the convention was to leave the terrestrial sphere in their excess, for its own good, but that it should last after their departure as in the semblance of the Adamantia. Mundus was given its second tower, the red, whose first stone was the heart of the world, as in the image. This...
Oh, you know what I just thought of? Hold on. I'm gonna download something. It's not a meme or anything. It would just be kind of cool, I think.
Peggy
Peggy 12. If this shot, there's a shot from the ESO trailer, that original one. No, that it looked different in my head, and on how I was remembering it. So never mind. Oh, you know what I'm thinking of actually, is the goddamn Avowed trailer, like the original Avowed trailer from Avowed teaser. Maybe I could still use this. I don't know, but it's these arrows flying across the world. I think this would be cool to have in the background of when I'm talking about the heart of Lorcan getting shot across the sky. Well, no, it lands in a skeleton. I don't know. Oh well. Yeah, if the video's done by 8 p.m., that would be insane. But yeah, I am going to use the bathroom really quick because, you know, nature calls. So I'll put on some music and I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Oh man. Just check the time. It's been streaming for 6 hours. 6 hours of working on this. That is a lot of progress, though. I had I want to say up to here, about 7, maybe 10 minutes of this video done prior to today, so good progress.
The outcome of the convention was to leave the terrestrial sphere in their excess, for its own good, but that it should last after their departure as in the semblance of the Adamantia. Mundus was given its second tower, the Red, whose first stone was the heart of the world, as in the image. This allowed the Mundus to exist without the full presence of the divine. The way that I read this is that the Adamantine Tower is the representation of Akatosh, given that it supplements time to Nirn, and the Red Tower, or Red Mountain, was representative of Lorcan and his heart. You see, Lorcan's heart and the volcano of Red Mountain that sprung from its crater are both idols of change. Even its genesis at the site of the heart. You see, Lorcan's heart and the volcano of Red Mountain that sprung from its crater are both idols of change. Both idols of change. Even its genesis at the site of the heart is seemingly chaotic and without explanation. By their nature, volcanoes are turbulent and without explanation. By their nature, volcanoes are turbulent, violent, volcanoes are turbulent. By By their nature, volcanoes are turbulent, violent, and somewhat unpredictable. They are capable of great destruction while at the same time fertilizing the soil that they erupt over, allowing for new life from the old. There is nothing inherently evil about a volcano, only that it changes its surroundings. This is perhaps most evident in the elves who followed the heart, the Chimer, or literally, the changed elves. Or literally, the changed elves. The Chimer people followed the Daedric lords of Azora, Boethia, and Mephala, and were even entirely changed as a race when the tribunal committed their sin at Red Mountain. Now, the heart, interestingly, might suggest further proof that Mankar Cameron's theory about Mundus being the realm of Lorkhan is legitimate, for, famously, the heart of Lorkhan, being the heart of the world, as it were, cannot be destroyed. What exactly happened to the heart at the end of Boethia and Mephala, and were even entirely changed? Mundus being the realm of Lorkhan is legitimate, for, famously, the heart of Lorkhan, being the heart of the world, as it were, cannot be destroyed.
Your false gods could not entirely rewrite history. Thus you remember tales of Lorkhan vilified, a dead trickster whose heart came to Tamriel. But if a god can die, how does his heart survive? This heart, it is in every legend. Your false gods could not. Your false gods could not entirely rewrite history. Thus you remember tales of Lorkhan vilified, a dead trickster whose heart came to Tamriel. But if a god can die, how does his heart survive? He is Dareloth! Tamriel I Dareloth!
Tamriel I Dareloth. I was thinking of putting another meme in here. But I don't want to interrupt the flow.
Tamriel I Dareloth! This heart is the heart of the world, for one was made to satisfy the other. You all remember this. It is in every legend. Every legend.
What exactly happened to the heart at the end of Morrowind's main questline by the hand of the Nerevarine is unknown, but it certainly seems like the heart has been displaced. Whether it returned to its host's body or vanished entirely like the Dwemer, none can say. But I will give my personal opinion here and tell you that I don't think the heart is permanently gone, for without it, it seems Nirn would be in ruin. Dwemer, by the hand of the Nerevarine is unknown, but it's what exactly happened to the heart at the end of Morrowind's main questline by the hand of the Nerevarine is unknown, but it certainly seems like the heart has been displaced. Whether it returned to its host's body or vanished entirely like the Dwemer, none can say. But I will give my personal opinion here and tell you that I don't think the heart is permanently gone, for without it, it seems Nirn would be in ruin. In the modern era, Red Mountain once more erupted, resulting in the it seems Nirn would be in ruin. In the modern era, Red Mountain once more erupted, resulting in the catastrophic Red Year of 4th Era 5, demonstrating once more its terrible ability to inflict merciless change. However intense the damages were, though, Red Mountain stands tall. So, these first two towers are Red Mountains. However intense the damages were, though, Red Mountain stands tall. So, these first two towers are Red Mountain stands tall. So, these first two towers are tied directly to the Aedra, or the Et Ada at the very least, considering Lorcan. What of the others? Well, the next easiest to talk about are the white gold and the crystal towers. Lorcan. Well, the next easiest to talk about are the white next easiest to talk about are the white gold and the crystal towers, as they were made in the image of the adamantine, and they are some of the first towers in history. Made in the image of the adamantine, and they are some of the first towers in history. We'll begin with Crystal Like Law. We'll begin with Crystal Like Law. Should I go into Elder Scrolls Online and get footage of me walking around the Crystal Tower, or should I just have like a picture of the Crystal Tower? Let me see if I can find a decent load screen from ESO for this. Let's see. Anything... Man, there's not a single load screen with the Crystal Tower in the background. That's... What about this one? Nope. Nope. Hmm. I guess this is the entryway to the Crystal Tower, so we'll use that. We'll begin with Crystal Like Law. Crystal Like Law, otherwise known as the Crystal Tower, was built as a vessel in the image of Law, otherwise known as the Crystal Tower, was built as a vessel in the image of adamantine to maintain a process known as Draco Chrysalis. This is an odd term sometimes used in the Elder Scrolls, but basically it's a means of... This is an Elder Scrolls, but basically it's a means... Basically, it's a means of, quote, keeping elder magic bound before it could change into something lesser. The Crystal Tower, then, was an attempt to maintain the status quo. It resisted change and venerated tradition by keeping the eldest magics bound to it, and in this sense, it was extremely closely attempt to maintain the status quo. It resisted change and venerated tradition by keeping the eldest magics bound to it, and in this sense, it was extremely closely emblematic of the Altmer people who constructed it. The elves were dividing. The elves were dividing. The elves were dividing. Some, like the Altmer, did their best to advocate the will of Anuiel, and so embraced the chrysalis of the convention. Many mainland Altmer believe themselves to be, and in fact likely are, the closest descendants of the Elnathe, and their culture historically has been largely based around resisting change and embracing their believed cultural connection to the Aedra. So it's no wonder that the two places that we find the Altmer two places that we find the Altmer, the Adamantine Tower and the Crystal, are both tied somewhat to the Aedra, either in construction or in emulation. The stone for the Crystal Tower was the Stone of Transparent Law, and this stone likely aided in helping keep the Elder Magics bound for Draco Chrysalis purposes. Draco Chrysalis purposes. The stone for the Crystal Tower was the Stone of Transparent Law, and this stone likely aided.
God, that image looks like shit. Not even going to include this. That looks so bad.
The stone for the Crystal Tower was the Stone of Transparent Law, and this stone likely aided in helping stone Crystal Tower was the Stone of Transparent Law, and this stone likely aided in helping keep the Elder Magics bound for Draco Chrysalis purposes, and also for helping shape the culture and surrounding landscapes, as is the case with every stone and tower. Importantly, Michael Kirkbride did state in an out-of-lore post that Importantly, Michael Kirkbride did state in an out-of-lore post that the stone for the Crystal Tower was actually a person rather than a literal piece of rock, but it seems like the ESO devs overwrote that, and/or didn't know about it. But those of you astute listeners will have likely noticed that I've been speaking about the Crystal Tower in the past tense. This is because the Crystal Tower is no more. Because the Crystal Tower is no more, as it was destroyed around 3rd Era 433, during the Oblivion Crisis, when a host of Daedra demolished the tower in an event that has scarred the Altmer people for centuries after its passing, as the Crystal Tower was a symbol of the Altmer people as a whole, and represented their connection to divinity. One interesting thing to note about the Crystal Tower, and maybe interesting is too dull a word, but the Crystal Tower actually for centuries after its passing, as the Crystal Tower, when a host around 3rd Era 433, during the Oblivion Crisis, when a host
Wonder what that means for like it existing everywhere. Yeah, I go into that in a little bit here. It's really, really bizarre, and I don't really think the ESO devs knew what they were saying when they wrote that into lore, because it doesn't quite make sense. Yeah, big shocker, big shocker. I find it harder and harder to defend ESO the older I get. The more into this shit I get. I'm like, maybe we should just write all of it out of lore at this point. It'd be easier on everybody.
In Crisis, when a host of Daedra demolished the tower in an event that has scarred the Altmer people for centuries after its passing, as the Crystal Tower was a symbol of the Altmer people as a whole, and represented their
Let's put that there.
connection to divinity. One interesting thing to note about the Crystal Tower, and maybe interesting is too dull a word, but the Crystal Tower actually exists in all realms. Or actually exists in all realms simultaneously, or at least this is the claim. In the Elder Scrolls Online Somerset chapter, you are actually able to enter the Crystal Tower through Clavicus Vile's Fields of Regret. I'm not quite sure if the ESO writers understood the full grasp of what they wrote into the lore with the Crystal Tower existing in every realm. See, in Elder Scrolls, if you read the forum post titled Cosmology, you'll see in the very first line, "The planets are the gods and the planes of the gods, which is the same thing. That they appear as spherical heavenly bodies is a visual phenomena caused by mortal mental stress. Since each plane is an infinite mass of infinite size, as yet surrounded by the void of oblivion, the mortal eye registers them as bubbles within a space." The term planets within a space. The planets are the planets are the gods. The planets are the gods and the planes of the gods, which is the same thing. That they appear as spherical heavenly bodies is a visual phenomena caused by mortal mental stress. Since each plane is an infinite mass of infinite size, as yet surrounded by the void of oblivion, the mortal eye registers them as bubbles within a space. So the term planets and planes are then interchangeable under this model, and furthermore, the terms realms and planes are interchangeable as well. So, if there's a crystal tower in the Fields of Regret, is there not one on the divine planet of Zenithar? Is there not a crystal tower in Cold Harbor? If there's a crystal tower in the Fields of Furthermore, the terms realms and planes are interchangeable as well. So, if there's a crystal tower in the Fields of Regret, is there not one on the divine planet of Zenithar? Is there not a crystal tower in Cold Harbor? Is there not a crystal tower in the Clockwork City, which is itself its own pocket plane? This is the most legendary poll, though. Is there a crystal tower? Do I have the picture? There we go. Tower in the paint. Is there a crystal tower in the Is there a crystal tower in the painted world of Rythlothandis in Oblivion? I think you could very easily recognize the painted world as a realm or a plane, just on a micro scale, comparatively speaking. Now, I don't have the answers to these questions, I'm just simply asking them. Literally, yeah, questions we will never receive answers for, likely. My point with bringing all of this up is that we don't really know how many other crystal towers there are. Bringing all of this up is that we Is there not a crystal tower in the Clockwork? I should pull up the Clockwork City picture. Well, I'll save that for later. I don't want to get redundant. Crystal tower in the painted world of Rythlothandis in Oblivion? I think you could very easily recognize the painted world as a realm or a plane, just on a micro scale, comparatively speaking. Now, I don't have the answers to these questions. Asking them. Just simply asking them. My point with bringing all of this up is that we don't really know how many other crystal towers there are. We don't know if the one on Nirn was even the original one, or if it was like an anchor, or if that even matters to the stability of the others. All that we are aware of is that there are potentially an infinite number of them that exist. Okay, so up next is white gold.
So yeah, that's the crystal tower
An
for you.
infinite number of them that exist.
I need to find some better pictures of the Imperial City for this video. Oh, that's a cool picture. Whoa. Is this from ESO? It's from, oh, that's from ESO, wow. Thank God there's like a billion images of the Imperial City that exist. Look at that one. That one. And those two.
Okay, so up next is white gold. The white gold tower is currently inhabited by the Imperials in 4th Era 201, but it wasn't always this way. The so-called Okay, so up next is the tower is currently inhabited by the Imperials in 4th Era 201, but it wasn't always this way. The so-called Imperial City was actually built by the Heartland Elves, or the Aliens, as they're better known these days. Like all of the polydox constructs of the earliest like Like all of the polydox constructs of the earliest Aldmer, whatever their abnegoric creed, White Gold Tower is a conduit of creation, ad sembia sembio, built to bring about a reversal of the congealing spiritual bleed caused by the convention. In other words, it was a focus point for re-reaching the all of the polydox constructs of the earliest Aldmer, whatever their abnegoric creed, White Gold Tower is a conduit of creation, ad sembia sembio, built to bring about a reversal of the congealing spiritual bleed caused by the convention. In other words, it was a focus point for re-reaching the divine. In other words, the White Gold Tower was built to reunite Nirn with Aetherius, which is quite similar to the goals of the Altmer.
Abnegoric is such a word. It's such a Kirkbride word. There's so many things in in Kirkbride's writing that I'm like, dude, I think I mentioned it in my script. I said bro was just making up nouns. I say that later on in the video.
In other words, the White Gold Tower was built to reunite Nirn with Aetherius, which is quite similar to the goals of the Altmer. But where the Aelids is quite similar to the goals of the Altmer. But where the Aelids and the Altmer greatly differ is in the fact that the Aelids made pacts with Daedric princes in order to harvest the Creatia needed to power their tower. The White Gold Tower, residing at the center of Tamriel, which is the nexus of creation on the next. The White Gold residing at the center of Tamriel, which is the nexus of creation.
My writing style was very influenced by MK because his was very inspirational to me growing up. I'm not really sure if any of that is a good thing, but at least I'm creative. Yeah, I mean, he's super creative. I I think that his writing style is very funny in some of the things that he says. Like one motif that he uses a lot with Vivek that I've noticed um by reading so much of him recently is that he'll use the phrase by which I mean a lot. Like he'll say something and then he'll go, by which I mean this, or it's something along those lines. Like it's a motif that I find a lot in his writing, which is kind of funny.
The White Gold Tower, residing at the center of Tamriel, which is the nexus of creation on Nirn, which itself is the nexus of the hub of Mundus, is, needless to say, in an important position. Furthermore, if we look at the shape of the Imperial City,
Oh boy.
if we look at the shape of the Imperial City, does it look at the shape of the Imperial City? Does it start to look familiar to you? I'll give you a moment here to pause the video and look at it. Well, I'm going to continue with the video now, but if you said that the Imperial City looks like
I think I can crop very easily on this editing software. Yeah, smart cutout. I can't remember if it's the things highlighted in blue that... Oh, 1 second. Okay. So... let me do that. That side by side looks pretty good. But if you said that the Imperial City with the video now. But if you said that the Imperial City looks like the wheel of the Orbis, then you... Well, I'm going to continue with the video now. But if you said that the Imperial City looks like the wheel of the Orbis, then you'd be correct. Something cool you can do is actually take a side-by-side of the Imperial City and the City and the Ogma Infinium's left. I forget how to tell my software to quit snapping to objects. I know it's a setting somewhere. I can do this though. The keyboard. Yeah, nonsense, or in other words, equally nonsense. Right. Basically. But no, I've actually enjoyed Kirkbride's writing a bit more as I've been doing this project, but it's still I make a point in this video about how I wish that he would be clearer about some stuff with fans. Okay. You know what? We'll just ignore everything I just did to the Ogma Infinium here, and I liked it better on the left page, the left side here. This is also at... yeah, that's fine. City and the Ogma Infinium's leftmost page, and if you look at them, there's a better push left I think I can do here. That would be leftmost. Oh, push right, my bad. And the Ogma Infinium's leftmost page. Oh, that doesn't look very good. Never mind. Erase slide right. Ogma Infinium's leftmost page, and
If you look at them, they most certainly line up. In letter number 8 in the Numantia Intercept, Nuhata makes the... If you look at them, they most certainly line up. I don't know, I feel like to some extent the weird phrasing and everything is part of the fun. It's like a puzzle that you can half make up the answer to, which is also kind of the point. I guess it's just like there's a specific point with tower lore here that I get into where when someone asks Kirkbride what the stone is to Snowthroat, he responds with the cave. And it's like, dude, you're just making an already confusing thing more confusing. Like, could you not have just given a legitimate answer? Or even just ignored the comment? Like, it just makes it more confusing than it needs to be. Line up. In letter number 8 in the Numantia Intercept, Nuhata makes the claim about the Aliads that every Dawnmaker tower takes a myth form. In letter number 8 in the Numantia Intercept, Nuhata makes the claim about the Aliads that get what he's going for. Yeah. I mean, I can respect it, but it's always just kind of irritated me. Some of the responses that he gives to fans, I'm like, dude, just ignore it next time. You don't need to make a complicated situation more complicated. In letter number 8 in the Numantia Intercept, Nuhata makes the... in the Numantia Intercept, Nuhata makes the claim about the Aliads that every Dawnmaker tower takes a myth form. The Aldmeri Polydoxes were cosmonauts, and the White Gold Project was and is no different. Though the Aliads gave theirs a central spire though the Aliads gave theirs a Though the Aliads gave theirs a central spire as the imago of Adamantia, the whole of the Polydox resembled the wheel, with 8 lesser towers forming a ring around their primus. To dismiss this mythotexture as being a mockery of the Orbis is to ignore an important point. This same jest gave White Gold Tower a power over Creatia unlike any on this plane. It was a triumph of sympathetic megafetish and the start of the threat to empire that brings me to this council. council. If the Aelids made their own wheel within the wheel, were web ad semblio, what would happen if they plucked its strings? And this is a great question that we don't really know the answer to, since the Aelid Empire is long gone. But looking at the structure of the Imperial City, we can begin to point out how similar it really is. Structure of the Imperial City, we can begin to point out how similar it really is to the wheel. The
Okay. Imperial City map.
we can begin to point out how similar it really is to the wheel. The central area that surrounds the White Gold Tower acts like the mundus, like the hub of the wheel. From there we have 6 lines that jut out from the center, similar to the spokes that stabilize mundus. At the end points of these lines, we finally come to the lesser towers, of which there are 6. Then, if we look to the Prison District and the Arcane University District, we find 2 more spokes which connect to 2 more lesser towers. Lesser towers, of which there are 6. The lesser towers.
Okay, so with this point here, we'll want to put this here.
Jut out from the center, similar to the lesser towers.
I just want this to say 1. We'll put that here. Oh, this is going to be super frustrating. Enable canvas snapping. There we go. Found it immediately. So 1. Oh. Whoa. Oh, I see the problem. Okay. It's not on the right layer.
Finally come to the lesser towers, of which there are.
Let's just say 2, 3. Four. Oh, that's the wrong spot for the 3.
And
5. 6.
And
Okay. I do hate his like 3-word answers. Yeah. Like when he says that the stone for the crystal tower is a person. It's like, I know you like to yap, bro. You could elaborate. Big on user participation in theory is part of what makes the Elder Scrolls universe such an interesting world. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, the user interaction is a very cool aspect of Elder Scrolls lore. It's just like, if you, I mean, you're the one that people are going to come to with answers. So if people are asking a genuine question that doesn't even have any lore established to it or anything close to it, like maybe write a piece on it or something instead of just being intentionally cryptic. Okay, I want these to come in like very shortly after one another. So probably like that. That. Hours of yeah, 2 frames spaced each, of which there are 6. Similar to the spokes that stabilize Mundus. At the endpoints of these lines, we finally come to the lesser towers, of which there are 6. Then, if we look to the prison district and the arcane university district, we find 2 more spokes of these lines, we finally come to the lesser towers, of which there are 6. Then, if we look to the prison district and the arcane university district, we find 2 more spokes which connect to 2 more lesser towers. There is even a bonus 9th tower in the waterfront district. In the waterfront district, actually, but I guess the devs either didn't realize that or just didn't care. It's also worth pointing out that I think... Get rid of that breathing noise. Just didn't care. It's also worth pointing out that I think in lore the Imperial City does probably have 8 towers surrounding the Outer Rim, but we've just never seen that interpretation in any of its instances, since the 6 districts was popularized interpretation in any of its instances. And did I just say instances? Bro. In any of its instances. Oh my god. Instances. Let's see if we can fit that in there. It's also worth pointing out that I think in lore the Imperial City does probably have 8 towers surrounding the Outer Rim, but we've just never seen that interpretation in any of its instances. And ooh, instances. Never seen that interpretation in any of its instances. In any of its instances. Any of its instance. Of its in any of its so close. In any of its instances. Instances and instances. Yeah, this is getting out of hand. Interpretation in any of its instances, since the 6 is that is noticeable. Yeah, in any of its instances, since in any of its instances, and let me mess with it for a second longer. Of its instances, and in any of its instances. Ah, Fuck. Okay, fine. I'll just have myself say instances.
It's instances. It's instant. It's instant.
Yeah, I'll just not draw attention to it. Whatever.
In any of its instances, since the 6 districts was popularized in Oblivion, then later replicated in Elder Scrolls Online.
Didn't even notice till you pointed it out. Yeah, I'm guessing most people won't. It's just, you know, when you're making a video, you're going to be critical of yourself in it. It doesn't really matter, though. It's so small. Okay, let me go... And what was I going to look for? Oh, yeah. ESO, Imperial City. Well, that's a cool map.
Or just didn't care. Districts was popularized in Oblivion, then later replicated in Elder Scrolls Online, Elder Scrolls Legends, and even the covers of the Greg Keyes novel, Lord of Souls.
Okay, so we'll do the 4-way split screen again. Let's change it up. I'll do the... I wish they had more options, honestly. But I'll do the 4-way screen split this way. No, actually, that's not helpful. Maybe this way.
And even the covers of the... We've just never seen that interpretation. It was
So we've got the districts to look at. We have the
popularized in Oblivion, then
Oblivion map. Well, actually, I don't think we need to do this.
its instances, since the 6 districts was popularized in...
Now we can turn back on canvas snapping. We'll show 1.
Oblivion, then later replicated in Elder Scrolls Online. Since the 6 in Oblivion, then later replicated in Elder Scrolls Online, Elder Scrolls Legends, and even the covers of the Greg Keyes novel, Lord of Souls.
Okay.
The legendary islands that the Imperial City are built upon are also numbered 8. instances since, and even the covers of the Greg Keyes novel, Lord of Souls. The legendary islands that the Imperial City are... Okay, let's grab this transition slide. Put that at the end of all these, that way we can get rid of everything. Like so. And then we'll put in the concept art here of City Isle. Even make it the background. And there we go. Legendary islands that the Imperial City are built upon are also numbered 8, although this too seems to have either not been remembered by the Oblivion devs or they didn't care about it, but you can see in concept art and in lore that this was originally the plan. But regardless of the interpretation of white gold and the city, they're supposed to be representations of both the adamantine tower and the wheel, superpositioned in the center of both Nirn and Mundus in replication of the name of God. Regardless of the interpretations of white gold and the city, they're supposed to be representations of both the adamantine tower and the wheel, superpositioned in the center of both Nirn and Mundus in replication of the name of God. Make sure to save after all that. What this means is that the white gold tower is potentially capable of... Here, let's actually move this over here, and then I'll do a text block on the right, summarizing all the crazy stuff that I just said. Means is that the of the interpretations of white gold and the city, they're supposed to be representations of both the adamantine tower and the wheel, superpositioned in the center of both Nirn and Mundus in replication of the name of God. What this means is that the white gold tower is potentially capable of massive change and has by far the largest hold over its ability to influence Creatia, potentially making this a device that could be used to mend the veil between Aetherius and Mundus, like what I alluded to earlier. The stone of the Imperial City, or the Stone of White Gold, was the Chim El Adabal. White gold was the Chim El Adabal, otherwise known as the Amulet of Kings. The origins of the Amulet of Kings are interesting, as it is said that the stone within the amulet was formed from the crystallized blood of the Heart of Lorkhan as it sailed or the Stone of White Gold, was the Chim El Adabal, otherwise known as the Amulet of Kings. The origins of the Amulet of Kings are interesting, as it is said that the stone within the amulet was formed from the crystallized blood of the Heart of Lorkhan as it sailed over Tamriel after it was shot from the adamantine tower. The amulet switched hands from the Aelids to the Dragonborn Emperors after their demise, but the gem was eventually destroyed by Martin Septim in order to stave off the invasion of Mundus by Mehrunes Dagon and the Mythic Dawn, the Oblivion Crisis. The Amulet of Kings was another artifact that was directly tied to the Et Ada, and in tandem with all...
Oh, I said Chim, didn't I?
As it is said that the Stone of the Imperial City, or the Stone of White Gold, was the Chim...
Ah! No! Thanks. Well, let's just do a... Let's see if we can splice this one. I think this one's easier. Kim. I'll just say Kim El Adabal. See if we can fit that in there.
The White Gold was the of White Gold. Kim Stone of White Gold was the
Yep. Yeah, that's easy. That's easy. This can be cut out.
Chim El Adabal.
That can be cut out and replaced. Hopefully, it sounds okay.
The Kim El Adabal.
We'll see. I'll denoise it, and then I'll increase the volume. 6.
Was the Kim El...
Let's move it a little bit closer.
Was the Kim El Adabal. Otherwise... Stone of White Gold was the Kim El Adabal, otherwise known as the...
I think that sounds pretty good, actually. I don't think that's noticeable. Maybe it's noticeable, but at least it's right. Slide that up in there.
Was the Kim El...
It's a little noticeable.
White Gold was the Kim...
Yeah, we can decrease the decibels. I don't have my guard in front of my mic right now.
Was the Kim El Adabal, otherwise... White Gold was the Kim El Adabal, otherwise known as the Amulet of Kings. The origins of the Amulet of Kings are interesting, as it is said that the stone within the amulet was formed from the crystallized blood of the Heart of Lorkhan as it sailed over Tamriel after it was shot from the adamantine tower. The amulet switched hands from the Aelids to the Dragonborn Emperors after their demise, but the gem was eventually destroyed by Martin Septim in order to stave off the invasion of Mundus by Mehrunes Dagon and the Mythic Dawn, the Oblivion Crisis. The Amulet of Kings was another artifact that was directly tied to the Et Ada, and in tandem with all other facts that we've learned about White Gold Tower, it makes perfect sense why it has been such a focal point of conflict throughout history. It is unclear whether or not the Chim El Adabal...
Ah, why did I say it again? God damn it.
It is unclear whether or not the
God damn it.
Chim El Adabal will... Adabal.
I could just re-record that.
Chim El Adabal will... It is...
It is unclear whether the Chim... Well, I'm doing it again. It is unclear whether the Kim El Adabal will return again.
Invasion of Mundus by Mehrunes Dagon and the Stone of... It is unclear whether or not the Chim... Chim... The Chim El Adabal. It is unclear.
Okay, shut up, me.
It is unclear whether the Kim El...
Okay, so first I gotta do the denoise. I always do the denoise for my thing. So denoise that. Because my mic just picks stuff up. It just hums constantly. I think it picks up the humming of my PC, so kind of have to do that. And then we'll bump this up to a 6 to start. It is unclear whether the Kim El Adabal will return. Let's just stop it there. Will return. The ball will return. Now we'll, okay, we'll unmute this. Shim El Adabal will ever Adabal will Adabal. It is unclear whether or not the Shim El Oh, Jesus. It is unclear whether the Kim El Adabal will It is unclear whether the Kim El Adabal will ever return. Oh, look at that. That was smooth. It is unclear whether the Kim El Adabal will ever return in a future installment, but for the time being, the Stone of the White Gold Seamless Tower has been destroyed. But the structure of the wheel-like city and the superposition of the tower itself have, to my knowledge, been largely unimpeded. Okay. Nice. It worked out. I was so good about pronouncing Kim as Kim the whole time. Okay, now we bring in... What tower are we talking about next? Green Sap? Remembering my script. Either Green Sap or Numidium. Let's talk about Walk Brass. Okay, yeah, Numidium. Let's get some random Dwemer art up in here. Okay, this'll do. Let been largely unimpeded. I wish there was more art of the Numidium. We don't really have a whole lot. Let's talk about Walk Brass now, otherwise known as the Numidium. This needs to be long. This is our 5th tower thus far, and can be traced to yet another group of elves, this time the Dwemer. We have to remember the towers that succeed the Adamantine were all built to represent the cultures and inflict their wills on the lands. The most nefarious tower, Walk Brass, refuted even more, refuting unto discreation. So Walk Brass was a gigantic anthropomorphic brass golem. Elves, this time the Dwemer. I think that was a Vivek quote. Nope, that was Nuhata. We'll grab Nuhata here, I think. Yep, and it's letter number 7.
talk about Walkbrass, now the fifth tower thus far, and can be traced to yet another group of elves. This time, the Dwemer. We have to remember the towers that lands. The most nefarious tower, Walkbrass, refuted even more, refuting unto discreation. So Walkbrass was a gigantic anthropomorphic brass golem, capable of great destruction, and was meant to be a god in its own right. You see, the Dwemer are often seen as a godless race, said to venerate reason and logic above all else. Walkbrass.
Oh, well, we need a picture of Ben Shapiro there.
God in its own right. You see, the Dwemer are often seen as a godless race, said to venerate reason and logic, venerate reason and logic above all else. Walkbrass, then, seems to be built as an affront to both the Aedra and Daedra, built in bold defiance and even bolder hubris. Tonal architect Kagranak intended to uplift the entire Dwemer civilization to godhood through its use. Its stone was originally the Heart of Lorkhan, which, as you'll recall, was also the Stone of Red Mountain. However, in a tale as old as time at this point, the Chimer people realized what the Dwemer were doing, a war broke out between the nations, and in the end, the tools of Kagranak were used on the Heart of Lorkhan, which caused the entire Dwemer race to vanish off the face of Nirn. But the story of Numidium goes on long after this event. During the Tiber Wars, Vivek made
Where's that picture of Vivek I've been sitting on? There it is. I'll put this picture of Numidium on here too.
even bolder hubris. Stone was above all to both the Aedra and Daedra. Built in bold defiance and even bolder hubris to vanish off the face of Nirn. But the story of Numidium goes on long after this event. During the Tiber Wars, Vivek made a deal with Tiber. Vivek made a deal with Tiber Septim to give him the pieces of the Numidium in an armistice between Morrowind and the Empire of Cyrodiil. A new stone, called the Mantella, was created between Tiber Septim, Zurin Arctis, and Wolfhearth, which allowed the Numidium to be powered. Like I said previously, this to be powered.
You moved one of the Shapiros? I did? Oh no, I did.
Reason and logic. Venerate.
Oh, I moved both.
Reason and logic.
Thank God I have people
Venerate.
watching.
Reason and logic.
Should I do like, well, let's try this out. We won't know till we know. I think I have a Vine Boom saved. Yeah, I do.
Reason.
You can't even tell it's a Vine Boom.
Reason.
Okay, let's...
Reason.
Yeah, okay, that's pretty funny. Let's see if I like it in the final though.
Venerate reason and logic above.
All right, that's pretty funny.
Godless race said to venerate reason and logic above all else. Walkbrass, then, seems to be built as an affront to both the Aedra and Daedra, built in bold defiance and even bolder hubris. This Arcturian heresy is an example of the secret triangular gate.
Definitely needs to be quiet. Yeah, I can make it quieter. Where is it? Where'd they go? Where'd I put them? Wait, where'd the Vine Booms go? Are they gone?
Logic.
Oh, they're just so small. Wow, they are so small.
Reason.
What's the decibels on this one? Do -12. -12.
Reason and logic above all else. Walkbrass, then, seems to be built as an affront to both the Aedra and Daedra, built in bold defiance and even bolder. Previously, allowed the Numidium to be powered. Like I said previously, this Arcturian heresy is an example of the secret triangular gate that is used to achieve divinity.
Oh boy. Okay, I need to find a picture of those three idiots. Let's see. I'm going to respond to my friends really quick. Dude, oh my God. I don't want to go to work tomorrow. Okay. Not sure I've ever wanted to go to work. There's been a few times I've wanted to go to work, but they're few and far between. And it's never been because I actually wanted to work. It's like I want to
a
see
deal
my
with Tiber
coworkers or something.
and Wolfhearth, which allowed the Numidium to be powered.
Okay, let's just find a picture of the Mantella. God, that is such a shit picture. Never mind. How easily could I just throw in an emerald from Sonic? Do we just throw in a Chaos Emerald from Sonic? So you're going to say an emerald from Minecraft? No, not an emerald from Minecraft. No, that looks terrible. Okay, I guess we just won't have a visual for this. This will be more of a theater of the mind thing.
Wolfhearth.
I can't find the pictures I want to use here.
Like I said previously, this Arcturian heresy is an example of the secret triangular gate that is
Let me get a picture of the secret triangular gate again. We'll just use the Ogma Infinium once more. There we go. That's fine.
an example of the secret triangular gate that is used to achieve divinity, the tripartite god. Septim then used walk brass at Rimmon and elsewhere, and divinity, the tripartite god. Septim then used walk brass at Rimmon and elsewhere, and at Alinor in the Somerset Isles, allowing him to quickly conquer all of Tamriel under the Imperial banner. Then, some 400-odd years after the death of Tiber, the Numidium was once more used in the Iliac Bay region this time. I haven't mentioned it yet, but every activation of the Numidium has caused a state of non-linear time disruption. As a dragon break.
Yeah, the BRB screen's still up. My bad.
Also known as a dragon break.
You back, boss? I'm back. I've been back. I was just typing to one of my buddies.
Also known as a dragon break in the area that it was used. In the Iliac Bay region in 3rd Era 417, the most famous of the dragon breaks ensued upon its use.
Let's say, upon activation.
Leading to the Warp in the West, an event wherein multiple people across the region were given access to the Numidium, inflicting its will all at once in the region as time flowed as it did during the Dawn Era, before the implementation of the Adamantine Tower. After the Warp in the West, the Numidium is thought to have been destroyed, as it has not been seen since then. The Numidium has been tied to achieving a state of godhood since its inception. The Numidium has been tied to achieving a The Numidium has been tied to achieving a state of godhood since its inception. Kagrenac intended for it and the Dwemer to become gods. Tiber Septim may have used it to become Talos, and during the Warp in the West, Mannimarco uses its power to become a god as well. I'm honestly not certain about what happened to Numidium. It's said to have been destroyed, but to be honest, without a physical corpse of the Walk Brass, I maintain that it could be out there somewhere. Especially since it disappeared during the Warp in the West. I mean, who knows where it is at this point. Okay, so the next one... Okay. I think Numidium just went on vacation. Wouldn't that be the funniest thing if in Elder Scrolls 6 it just sort of shows up? Okay, now I need trees. Need load screens from Valenwood. This'll do. I want Numidium with sunglasses and a hat, a camera around its neck. Okay, that'd so be great. The next one I want to... Anything to get more official art of the Numidium. Discuss is the green sap, because it's a super weird concept for a tower. I'll read a chunk from Orbic Enigma 4, Elden Tree, going forward. Okay, let's grab Orbic Enigma 4. I was just looking at it. There we go. Somewhere around here.
All right.
Going forward. They did not build a tower. They did not build a tower. They grew it, a great grot oak whose roots sprang from the perchance acorn. They did not build a tower. They grew it, a great grot oak whose roots sprang from the perchance acorn. And this was their stone. And because the acorn might perchance have been elsewhere, thus was green sap manifold and several, and each could walk.
Green sap is so weird.
Therefore each green sap
Bosmer would be the ones to say perchance. Yeah, they probably invented that word in lore.
Therefore, each green sap was also every green sap. Within each were told all the stories of the green, with every ending true, so doors therein were not always doors certain. But to this Boish become Bosmer became inured.
There it is. Another spelling error. Yeah, I feel like the Bretons would say mayhap or something like that.
But to this the Boish become Bosmer became inured, and indeed grew to relish these doors equivocal, for such was their nature in the schism of the prism. In this way the Bosmer learned which songs made the trees dance, and which dances.
Oh, actually, hold on, that's fine. I don't know why I thought that was spelled wrong. We're good.
They might do. So what this is telling us is that there is one collective group of trees known as the green sap, which are all simultaneously towers, while also acting as one collective tower. Telling us is that
Writers looking for every possible synonym of maybe for their deep lore. Yeah, maybe's just too casual, you know?
So what this is telling us is that there is one collective group of trees known as the green sap, which are all simultaneously towers, while also acting as one collective tower. These individual collective towers are then able to create their own versions of reality for the Bosmer people. It's actually a quite similar concept to the Hist of Blackmarsh. Some well-known green saps are the Elden Tree of Eldenroot and the Walking City of Valinesti, both in Valenwood, but it is assumed that there are others. Valinesti's stone was said
Am I really just going to get a picture of an acorn? Yes, I am.
to be a fruit by Kirk. Stone was said to be a fruit by Kirkbride, but this is just another way of saying acorn, as an acorn is technically both a nut and the fruit of a tree. The Elden Tree in Eldenroot, not to be confused with
There we go.
confused with the Erd tree, was said to have been
I think we'll actually have this be an extremely quick transition.
tree was said
Yeah, I like the way that looks.
not to be confused with the Erd tree, was said to have been grounded so it may no longer dance by an alien mage known as Enumeril, who had shown the Elden Tree an ending, resulting in the perchance acorn of that tree becoming a definite acorn. Enumeril did this becoming a definite acorn. Enumeril did this in an attempt to turn the Erd tree not to be confused with the Erd tree, was said to have been grounded so it may no longer dance by an alien mage known as Enumeril, who had shown the Elden Tree an ending, in Elden.
Need a split-second audio clip of the Elden Ring menu theme and a hard cut for the funnies? We could do that. We got 5 people in here right now? Hell yeah. man. Okay, where is it? We'll probably see it.
Displaced from White Gold Tower, since at this tree was tree in Elden Root, not to be confused with the Erd tree. Tree was said to have been grounded so it may no longer dance by an alien
that'll
mage
work.
known as Enumero, who had shown the Elden Tree an ending,
That'll
resulting
work for
in
now.
the
We'll put a pin in it and come back to it later.
was said to have been grounded so it may no longer dance by an alien mage known as Enumero, who had shown the Elden Tree an ending, resulting in the perchance acorn of that tree becoming a definite acorn. Enumero did this in an attempt to turn the Elden Tree into a copy of the White Gold Tower, since at this point the Ayleid Empire had been displaced from the Heartland. However,
Okay, we'll go here. Playing with your cat right now? That's awesome.
However, Enumero did not know, and was not able to know, However, Enumero did not know, and was not able to However, Enumero did not know, and was not able to know, why his plan went awry. You see, Ayleid magic is about will, and shall, and must, but under Greensap, all is perchance. The Ayleid Fangler's plan could not succeed, and yet, neither could it fail, for this is a story that has not yet found its ending. And this is essentially the end of what we know about Greensap. It's a very strange concept in and of itself, but it goes to show how the Bosmer differ from their other elven cousins. Whereas the other towers were constructed, Greensap was grown. Everything about it involves a natural process and an inherent interconnectivity in the Valenwood ecosystem. And an inherent interconnectivity in the Valenwood ecosystems.
It sounded like I was glitching there, but I said and an, so that's just how it is.
Bosmer also have the ability
Okay. Yeah, and in. The most English thing ever.
Bosmer also have the ability known as the Wild Hunt, which is seldom talked about, but allows these Mer to invoke a ritual wherein they Bosmer is seldom talked about, but allows these Mer to invoke a ritual wherein they become like eldritch beasts, constantly shifting and shaping their forms. Known as the Wild Hunt, which is seldom talked about, but allows these Mer to invoke a ritual wherein they become like eldritch beasts, constantly shifting and shaping their forms. This is said to be a harkening back to the Dawn era, where again, things had not quite found their shape. This may be a somewhat loose connection here, but I see the Bosmeri wild shape form as a reference to being perchance, wherein all doors are doors equivocal. Just some food for thought at the end here, though. Not honestly too much more to say about green sap, although I do love it as a concept. Moving forward, we have our final towers of Snowthroat concept.
Okay. Is there any Legends art that has the Throat of the World in it other than High Hrothgar? I don't think there is. So we're gonna have to use in-game footage to show Snowthroat, which is what I had to do for Crystal Tower, to be fair, but
As a concept.
that's okay.
Moving.
Yeah, I don't think the Throat of the World shows up anywhere. Oh boy. Okay, I need to go get some food because I've been sitting up here in my room, just like existing for 8 hours or whatever. Yeah, 8.5 hours. So I'm gonna go get some food and I will be back. Okay, we're back. Jacob Waymo, if you are still here, hello. I know you joined in when I was gone, so...
Concept. Moving.
I had to eat some food, though. I was pretty hungry.
Love it as a concept.
Okay, so I think we'll probably finish off... Well... I'll try to finish off Snowthroat, and then I'm probably going to head off.
Moving forward, we have our final...
Let's phase these out.
Though I do love it as a concept. Concept. Moving forward, we have our final towers of... Moving forward, we have our final towers of Snowthroat and Orichalc.
Okay, so we'll do Snowthroat here, Orichalc here. There's no official art of the Orichalc Tower, so I just took this screenshot from High Rock, or Hammerfell, my bad.
Too much more to say about green sap, although I do love it as a concept. Moving forward, we have our final towers of Snowthroat and Orichalc, which are the two most enigmatic of them all, at least in my eyes. Snowthroat, sometimes called the Snow
Okay, my mic was muted, my bad. I don't know for how long it was muted, but... Okay, that is a very small amount of footage to work with, but I could slow it down.
sometimes called the Snow Tower. Snowthroat, sometimes called the Snow Tower, is believed to be the throat of the world, which is the tallest mountain in all of Tamriel. Furthermore, it is said that its apex is only half there. An important point here, and I never see anyone which is the tallest.
Let's go speed here.
Tallest mountain in all of Tamriel. Snowthroat, sometimes called the Snow Tower, is believed to be the throat of the world, which is the tallest mountain in all of Tamriel. Furthermore, it is said that its apex is only half there. An important point here, and I never see anyone talk about this, the is only
Haven't heard a single word you said this entire stream, actually. Yeah, we've just been typing at nothing.
an important An important point here, and I never see anyone talk about this, the term Throat of the World can both refer to the mountain in Skyrim is only half there. An important point here, and I never see anyone talk about this, the term Throat of the World can both refer to the mountain in Skyrim and also Skyrim itself, which is extremely confusing. See, in the popular Nord legend, the Children of the Sky, this is the first passage.
Okay. I always like when I can find something that I've never heard someone talk about before, and this was one of those instances.
Nords consider themselves to be
Wonder how much of that is a potential attempt at a retcon? Maybe.
Nords consider themselves to be the children of the sky. They call Skyrim the throat of the world because it is where the sky exhaled on the land and formed them. Notice the syntax here. It claims that the Nords call Skyrim itself. They call Skyrim the throat of the world, not specifically the mountain that we usually think of. Somewhat odd, isn't it? Now, Children of the Sky is a legendary telling, as it also claims that the Nords were magically born here, but the idea of Skyrim is a conceptual one, right? Skyrim is whatever the borders that are drawn on a map are. Solstheim used to be Skyrim, and now it's not. The borders changed. So if we're talking about the whole of Skyrim being a tower, it just logically doesn't make as much sense as referring to the mountain. Skyrim is whatever the borders that are drawn on a map are. Solstheim used to be Skyrim, and now it's not. The borders changed. So if we're talking about the whole of Skyrim being a tower, it just logically doesn't make as much sense as referring to the mountain. But I wanted to bring this possibility up because it's another one of these things that I just haven't seen talked about. Thankfully, at the very least, Nuhata.
If I know no one's got my back, I know Nuhata's got my back. It's not that one.
To bring this possibility, Nuhata does give us some clarity when they confirm that the Snowthroat is a mountain. So
Thanks, Nuhata.
at the very least, Nuhata does give us some clarity when they confirm that the Snowthroat is a mountain. So we have that to work off of. But what if it's stone? Stone. Famously,
All right, where is he? I have a photo of this man. Yeah, I got plenty of them.
Famously, when asked the question, what is Snowthroat stone, Michael Kirkbride gave a particularly annoying answer at
Oh shit. I didn't save that? Oh, I have to go find the source again. Okay, I had it somewhere when I was talking about the no, back here. Yeah. IRC quotes 2013. All right, this is the same thing.
What is Snowthroat's stone? Famously, when asked the question, what is Snowthroat's stone, Michael Kirkbride gave a particularly annoying answer, as he tends to do. He responded to this question with the cave. This is a big gripe I have with this man. Not this instance in general, but the way that he responds to users. This guy had a genuine question about a blank spot in tower lore, and Michael Kirkbride gave an answer that raised more questions than not. And if you look through his posts and responses, he does this consistently to fans. It just kind of pisses me off.
That's my only Kirkbride rant.
Anyway, the stone to Snowthroat is the cave, but we don't know what that is. There are several caves in Skyrim that appear on the base of the Throat of the World, such as Pin Peak Cavern, but I don't think that we've seen the cave in question here that Kirkbride was talking about, at least not yet. We don't know the origins of the mountain, but considering that all the other towers, I don't think that we've seen yet.
Let's see. This goes here.
Such as Pin Peak Cavern, but
Pine Peak.
Peak Cavern, such as Pin Peak Cavern, Pin Peak Cavern.
He's talking about Plato's allegory of the cave. He said that. Oh, so it's not a real cave in game. Well, that's interesting. I have not seen anyone ever say that. I've not seen that linked anywhere either. Where'd he say that at? Specifically, which probably means some old IRC thread. Yeah, I haven't seen that linked anywhere. So that's interesting. I believe you, though. I'm seeing people talking about it, but... I just don't know where that's at. Let me see, Plato. Search for that. The cave doesn't have anything to do with Mithraic mysteries in the cave of... Okay, so there it is. Plato's allegory of the cave. Interesting. Well, then I'll add a segment here. I don't think it affects the narrative I'm saying here. But I will add a segment. Maybe tomorrow I'll go in and record another line to put in there about that, but I don't think it affects the overall narrative, since that's that's still incredibly obscure and non-tangible. So it's very cool. It was, of all things, a Twitter DM. Okay, yeah. So that's I'll add like a 5 minute, like, I don't know, like a 30-second segment of me talking about that. But I don't really think that that affects my point here, which is that Snowthroat is extremely vague and we don't really know what it is. But that's cool. I mean, I don't know what that means. I'll continue editing the rest of this video, or not the rest of this video, the rest of this segment. Yes. There are several caves in Skyrim that appear as the cave, but we don't know what that is. Make a marker here. Well, thank you for your insight on that. I don't think that we've seen the cave in question here that Kirkbride was talking about. At least not yet. We don't know the origins of the mountain, but considering... Deep lore nerd, yeah. That's okay. I need this square blur to be turned back on. Snowthroat is the cave, but we don't know what that is. There are several caves in Skyrim that appear on the base of the Throat of the World, such as Pinpeak Cavern, but I don't think that we've seen the cave in question here that Kirkbride was talking about. At least not yet. We don't know the origins of the mountain. Well, maybe square blur can be turned back on. We don't know the origins of the mountain, but considering that all the other towers... We don't know the origins...
We don't know the origins of the mountain, but considering that all the other towers were built by elves, I'd wager that the Falmer may have actually had some involvement with Snowthroat's actual conception, but this is just conjecture, as it seems that the true origin of the mountain has been lost to history. The Snow Tower, then, is basically important for two factors outside of Nordic cultural significance. It is the site where the ancient site where the ancient Nordic heroes banished Alduin forward in time, leaving behind the Tid Aran, or the Time Wound, which Paarthurnax watches over as of 4th Era 201. That's why he's up on the mountain. He's waiting for the return of the World Eater. The second thing that Snowthroat is important for is that it is actually directly mentioned in the Prophecy of the Dragonborn, which I've already read in previous videos, but I'll do it again because I like you guys enough. When Miss
Okay. Oh, I already have this installed. Well, look at me go. I've done this bit once before already in my Mirac video, but I'm gonna... We just take... Oh, what did I just click? We just take the parts of the Skyrim trailer that show Alduin's wall. While I'm talking about the Prophecy of the Dragonborn. That... Never ever intended that the Champion of Kvatch became / mantled Sheogorath. Why do you think so? I read the design documents. More fuel for my conspiracies. Jiggle-like truther. It would be the most insane thing ever if your Jiggle-like theory was true, but it would be cool. Oh, you mentioned earlier, I don't know if I responded, but I do have plans for, it's sort of a Jiggle-lag video. It's more of an Athelia video, to be honest. Insane? I guess not insane, but it would break the established, like, consensus. Yeah, insane like one of the Princes of Madness, true.
When misrule takes its place at the 8 corners of the world, when the brass tower walks and time is reshaped, when the thrice blessed fail, and the Red Tower trembles. When the Dragonborn ruler loses his throne, and the White Tower falls. When the Snow Tower lies sundered, kingless, bleeding. The World Eater wakes, and the wheel turns upon the last Dragonborn.
Oh, that was almost perfect.
Basically, this entire passage is a reference to the main quests of the mainline 5 Elder Scrolls games. Basically, this entire Basically, this entire passage.
I don't know if I can fit all this on screen. There we go. Consider it fit on screen.
Basically, this entire passage is a reference to the main quests of the mainline 5 Elder Scrolls games, prophesizing the aforementioned return of Alduin at.
See, the one thing that makes me go against that jiggle egg theory is just that, like, straight up in the journal, it says that you're Sheogorath in Oblivion. You know, when you reach that final rank.
The Time Wound. And this gets back to why I bring up the Throat of the World potentially being a reference. Basically, this entire passage is a reference to the main quests of the mainline 5 Elder Scrolls games, prophesizing the aforementioned return of Alduin at the Time Wound. And this gets back to why I bring up the Throat of the World potentially being.
The journal is meant to be infallible. I've seen people say that the journal is unreliable. Maybe it is, I don't know. But this is why I'm not a big fan of the unreliable narrator all the time. Like, it's a good device. Games use it well. It should be used. But I feel like a lot of the time in the Elder Scrolls, the unreliable narrator is this sort of crutch that the writers can use to get out of any
Basically,
mistake.
This entire passage is a reference to the main quests of the mainline 5 Elder Scrolls games, prophesizing the aforementioned return of Alduin at the Time Wound. And this gets back to why I bring up the Throat of the World potentially being a reference to Skyrim as a whole.
And just silence, wow. It's funny with the
to Skyrim as a whole.
The audio being split up can do.
Because the line about the snow tower seems to have seems to have nothing to do with the actual mountain itself, and more is a line in reference to the state of affairs in Skyrim. The Snow Tower lies sundered.
I agree entirely. However, if that's the only counter evidence, I don't think it's a very good one. That's fair. That's fair. No, Alexis, I do really like your theory that it's just gaslighting the champion of Cyrodiil. I think it's very funny.
Bleeding. Now, most people see the line, "When the Snow Tower lies sundered, kingless, bleeding," as a reference to the death of High King Torygg and the Skyrim Civil War. If you ask me, I think the wires may have gotten crossed somewhere during the writing, and the Snow Tower itself is being used here as a plug-in for all of Skyrim, while also trying to be its own tower. I saved this one as one of my last entries here in the legitimate towers because it's just kind of confusing, and there's not as much about it out there as there is for its constituents. So unfortunately, I don't have anything extremely profound to say about this one. I'm not really sure how it influenced the surrounding lands and cultures, but maybe you guys can help me out below in the comments on this one.
So yeah, that's pretty much all I had to say about the Snowthroat. I brought up some stuff about how it might be Skyrim itself as the Snowthroat, but ultimately it's not really fully there. Gods, how much is left? Only like half done. We're about 2/3 done. It's an hour, and if I slide all this audio over and we go to where the audio officially ends, it's about an hour and 33 minutes. So yeah, we still have another half an hour of this video. I will go through and add a little segment on Plato's Allegory of the Cave, because I am quite familiar with that. I really like the Allegory of the Cave. It's cool. So I'll think about that. But yeah, that is the video so far. So hopefully you guys enjoyed what you saw, and the time put in has been relevant. What's the rest about? The rest is about, I'll pull this over. Chapter 5, I go into unconfirmed idols of Nirn. So I talk about the 5 towers that I previously said could be towers. And then from there, I talk about the Thalmor theory. I call it the Thalmor confusion. Because I've seen a lot of people talk about... No, I haven't done Orichalc yet. Orichalc is next. Orichalc will be next. Snowthroat is one of the last ones I did, but it's not the last one. So yeah, we have Orichalc up next, which I think the section's pretty short on Orichalc because there's like near nothing on it that's substantial. And then yeah, I talk a lot about the theory that the Thalmor are deactivating towers. I basically don't see any real lore in that. It's just like fanon to me. So I wrote a tiny segment on that for chapter 6. And then chapter 7 is just sort of a recap, and I've got should at least mention the name is about Atlantis. Yeah. That's another thing that that Kirkbride said, is that, where is that? I think I have that pulled up still. Yeah, Orichalc, the name comes from Plato's description of Atlantis, the most famousest of sinking continents. It was therefore too fun not to add some Orichalc into Yakuda's background. Yeah. So, yeah. There's that. But yeah, that's gonna be pretty much the end here. We'll reconvene either tomorrow, or I don't know if I'll fully I don't know if I'll stream the rest of it right away, because I might just work on it for a little bit after work in between, and so it would just be kind of like a short stream if I did one anyway. So we'll see. I don't know. We'll see what we wind up doing. But yeah, I'm going to talk a lot more about... I've got this whole thing about the secret triangular gate coming up in the next section, which we'll have to go through. So yeah, make sure to proofread the final product. Yeah, thank you. This esoteric lore is, it definitely needs to be proofread. But yeah, thank you to anybody who tuned in, and I am just gonna pop on out. So talk to you guys in the next one, whenever that is. And of course in the Discord and stuff. See ya.